What if the shadows in your attic aren't just dust and cobwebs, but the restless spirits of ancient Celtic beasts, waiting for the perfect moment to reclaim their dominion? Welcome to a world where the line between myth and reality frays like a rotting cloak in a witch's lair. Here, the creatures that haunt the fringes of your imagination are not mere stories, they are vivid, pulsing entities that laugh in the face of your skepticism and beckon with claws dripping in ancient magic. Ever heard of the Selkie? A seal that sheds its skin to become a breathtaking woman, only to be trapped by a greedy mortal's lust. Or the Banshee, whose wailing is not a sign of mere sorrow but a harbinger of your doom. These aren't bedtime tales. They are blood-chilling truths, shrouded in the mist of time, waiting to ensnare the unprepared. Forget your cozy fantasies and romanticized legends. Here, the Fey folk are not the charming sprites of Disney but cunning tricksters, ready to lead you into their twisted games, where losing your way could mean losing your very soul. Ever felt that prickling at the back of your neck? It's not paranoia, it's the attention of a lurking Dullahan, a headless rider hunting for souls to snatch away into the underworld. Your life is a game, and the stakes? Infinite. What if the very air you breathe is thick with enchantment, whispering secrets from a time when dragons soared across the skies and giants roamed the earth? Each tale, each creature, a thread in the tapestry of a world veiled from your mundane existence. The mythical Kaliach, a goddess of winter, can freeze the heart of the bravest warrior with a single glance. She's not just a legend, she's the frost creeping into your bones on a chill night, an icy reminder that some things are better left undisturbed. And wait, let's talk about the Púca, a shape-shifting trickster capable of everything from benevolent guidance to catastrophic mischief. One moment, it's a friendly horse, next, it's a demonic apparition galloping toward your worst fears. How do you like your reality? Saturated in laughter or soaked in terror? In this labyrinth of myth, humor dances dangerously close to horror. The Banshee's wail? It may just echo with a sardonic chuckle, life is one big cosmic joke, and you're the punchline, dangling precariously at the edge of sanity. These aren't merely ancient stories. They breathe, they bite, they snicker with knowing. The creatures of Celtic mythology aren't waiting for you to seek them out, they are already entwined in the very fabric of your existence, lurking in the corners of your dreams. Who says folklore is just a story? Every laugh, every tear, every heart-pounding moment may be the threshold to understanding a colossal truth. The unbelievable is just a heartbeat away from reality. Can you hear them? The incredible breath of Celtic mythology is calling. Will you answer? Or will you let the shadows swallow you whole? A howl punctured the silence, a voice straining against the jagged teeth of night. The moon, a cruel spectator, cast its glow on a battlefield marred by shadows, an ancient forest, where trees twisted like the broken hearts of the fallen. Here, in the heart of the Celtic lands, two souls fought against the tide of fate, caught in a tempest of belief and desperation. I remember Aemon, eyes blazing with the fire of 1,000 suns, his breath quick and sharp like daggers in the night. He stood, defiant against the creeping darkness, wielding a sword that felt heavy with the weight of his ancestors' sins. It was not merely metal, it was a lineage, a curse, a promise. If I can just find her, his voice trembled, each word a prayer woven into the fabric of the night. And there was Maeve, cloaked in shadows, a ghost of her former self, searching, always searching, for answers that lay buried beneath the soil of their forgotten kin. Her heart pounded against her ribs like a wild animal, desperate for freedom. Aemon, stop! You can't fight the woods, they're alive. Panic wrapped around her words, a vine of fear strangling the air between them. The trees whispered secrets, rustling with ancient breaths, their roots entwined in a network of stories, generations old. The Celts believed in the spirits of the land, those that danced with the wind, flickered in the firelight, and shimmered like the stars above. They were not mere myths, they were the marrow of their bones, vibrant and fierce, their lives interwoven with the ethereal. I remember the way the air thickened, charged with unsaid words, as Aemon's hand clutched the sword's hilt tighter. She's lost to the shadows. I can't let them take her. Rage flared within him, igniting a storm that threatened to consume everything in its path. The thought of Maeve disappearing into the void twisted like a knife, a reminder of the fragility of their existence. A chill danced down my spine. The forest felt alive, breathing, waiting for the moment to ensnare them both. Maeve, with her wild hair cascading like a river of dark night, stepped forward, her voice trembling but fierce. "Aemon, listen to me. It's not just about fighting, it's about understanding. They want us to forget. They want us to abandon our beliefs." Each word was a hammer striking against the anvil of his stubborn resolve. She saw the flicker of doubt in his eyes, a crack in the armor he wore so tightly. The land around them pulsed with the weight of their ancestors, memories carved into the earth, echoing through time. In their hearts, they carried the stories, the tales of gods and goddesses, of battles fought under blood-red skies, of a world where the veil between the living and the dead was a delicate dance. Each story whispered through the trees, a reminder that their existence was stitched into a tapestry far grander than their own simple lives. I remember the darkness closing in, shadows creeping like a predator stalking its prey. Aemon's breath hitched, and he turned, facing the encroaching void. There was fear in his eyes, raw and vulnerable, emotions laid bare. "If I don't fight, what will happen to us?" The words trembled in the air, heavy with desperation, fear clawing at him like a beast hungry for his soul. And Maeve, with her heart teetering on the edge of hope and despair, reached out, fingers brushing against his arm. "To fight means to remember," she said, her voice a thread woven through the chaos. "But to understand means to live." Her words hung in the air, a fragile gossamer connecting them against the tempest of uncertainty. In that heartbeat, something shifted. The forest sighed, the trees bending closer as if they too were listening, hungry for their choices. Aemon, his resolve faltering like a candle flickering against the wind, lowered his sword, the weight of his ancestors pressing down on him, a reminder that violence could shatter the very bonds they were trying to preserve. But the shadows were relentless, they danced just beyond the reach of the flickering light, taunting, whispering secrets of power and despair. "You think you can reason with the void?" a voice hissed from the depths of darkness. It slithered around them, wrapping tight like a noose, pulling them deeper into the abyss of doubt. "I remember the stories," Maeve whispered, her voice trembling yet resilient in the face of dread. "They taught us about balance, about the light and dark within us all. The land remembers. We must not fall into despair, Aemon." Her heart raced, each beat a drum urging him to awaken to the truth buried within. Time stretched, an elastic band pulled taut between the past and the present. The cosmos watched, indifferent and vast, as Aemon struggled against the enormity of his choices. The weight of history pressed upon his shoulders, and in a world where shadows threatened to consume, he realized the true battle was not against the darkness outside, but within himself. Then, in the stillness that followed, a spark ignited within him, a flicker of understanding. "Maybe," he breathed, words laced with uncertainty, "maybe I don't have to fight to save her. Maybe I just have to remember." The tension hung heavy in the air, a palpable force as the shadows recoiled, their whispers stilled. The forest watched, breathless, as two souls teetered on the precipice of revelation, caught between hope and despair, the very essence of their beings flickering like the dying embers of a fire. And just as the dawn threatened to break, a haunting melody floated through the air, a song of the ancients, echoing the heartbeat of the land, reminding them that even in darkness, there is a light waiting to be born anew. As the first rays of light kissed the horizon, illuminating the tangled roots of their past, Aemon and Maeve stood on the brink of understanding, a fragile bridge spanning the gap between chaos and calm. They were connected, not merely by blood and battle, but by the stories that wove through their lives, binding them to the very fabric of existence. In that moment, they realized that myths are not chains, but wings. Each tale a thread, each memory a heartbeat, an eternal reminder that the past is not a ghost to fear, but a mirror reflecting the infinite possibilities of the future. The air crackled with tension, a thick fog rolling in from the north as if the very heavens were holding their breath. I stood there, heart pounding against my ribs like a wounded bird desperate for flight. The night was alive with whispers, ghostly echoes of the past weaving through the shadows of the trees. A stag, regal and fierce, emerged from the gloom, its antlers like twisted branches reaching for the stars. Eyes like pools of midnight, it stared into my soul, and I felt the weight of ancient stories pressing down on me, stories of sacrifice, of honor, of the delicate dance between humanity and the beasts of the earth. I remember the stories my grandmother told by the fire, her voice a haunting melody that intertwined with the crackle of burning wood. The world was steeped in magic then. Animals were not mere creatures, they were vessels of wisdom, messengers of the otherworld. The wolf, cunning and fierce, could be both protector and predator, its howl a call to the wild heart within us. The raven, dark and mysterious, was a harbinger of fate, a guide through the shadows of the human condition. But that night, as the stag's breath mingled with the mist, I was not thinking of legends. I was thinking of my sister, Eloan, lost to the world of the living, her spirit entwined with the earth, just as the Celtic people believed. They said that when a person died, their essence became part of the land, the animals, the trees. I could feel her there, beneath the surface, in the haunting call of the owl, in the rustle of the leaves. And I felt a mixture of despair and resolve, a determination to connect with the ancient heartbeat that pulsed through the soil. "Why did you leave me?" I whispered into the night, but the wind carried my words away, leaving only the echo of my longing. The stag watched, unblinking, and I imagined it knew the answer. Perhaps it was a sentinel of the past, a guardian of lost souls. I dared to take a step closer, and suddenly, the world around me snapped into focus, an intense clarity where everything mattered and nothing mattered at all. Then there was Brogan, my childhood friend, his heart a tangle of ambition and insecurity, prowling through the underbrush like a caged animal. He had always felt more at home in the company of beasts than people, their simplicity a balm to his restless spirit. But now, as he struggled to find a place in a world that seemed to pull him apart, he stood on the cusp of becoming something more, a bridge between the human and the other world. His eyes glimmered with the reflection of moonlight, and I saw the fear, the hope, the wild desperation he carried in his chest. "I can't do this without you, Eloan," he murmured, his voice barely a whisper. "I need to know. I need to feel her with me." And as if answering him, a pair of wolves appeared from the dark, their eyes glowing with a fierce intelligence. They circled him, a pack instinctively aware of his turmoil. I could feel the tension ripple through the air, a silent communication between man and beast, a forgotten language that echoed through the trees. The wolves were not just animals, they were reflections of his inner turmoil, his desire to connect with the primal forces of the earth, to channel the spirit of his beloved sister. But instinct lingered beneath the surface, a tugging reminder that the line between reverence and obsession was razor thin. I felt it in the chill that crept up my spine, a warning, a foreshadowing of the confrontation to come. "Eloan wouldn't want this," I said, my voice trembling with the weight of unspoken accusations. "We can't lose ourselves in the shadows. We have to remember who we are." But the truth felt like a bitter stone lodged in my throat, because every piece of me wanted to yield to the darkness, to become one with the earth and the creatures that walked it. I remembered the way Eloan laughed, the way she danced with the sunlight, it was all slipping away like sand through my fingers. The stag moved closer, its presence both comforting and unsettling, and I could almost hear Eloan's laughter in the rustle of the leaves. "You have to choose," it seemed to say, its gaze unwavering, a challenge wrapped in grace. "Are you ready to see what lies beyond the veil?" The night deepened, swirling around us like a tempest, and with it came the unmistakable thrum of destiny. Brogan's hands clenched into fists, his resolve stealing against the tide of fear. "I will speak with the spirits," he declared, a fervor igniting in his voice. "They will guide me to her." But would they? Would the beasts of the wild, the shadows that danced in the twilight, really reveal the truth, or would they lead him further into the abyss? As he stepped forward, the wolves followed, a haunting procession of flesh and spirit, and I felt my heart race with both fear and anticipation. This was no longer just a search for Eloan. This was a confrontation with something ancient and primal, a reckoning with the very essence of life and death, light and dark. I followed, caught in a whirlwind of emotions, fear for Brogan, love for Eloan, and a desperate longing to understand the connection that bound us all. The animals around us were not simply participating, they were witnesses, guardians of the unseen, holding the weight of our emotions in their steady, knowing gaze. I felt the heavy pulse of the earth beneath my feet, the rhythm of life that was both terrifying and beautiful. And then, as we stood at the precipice of the unknown, the very air thickened with energy, a crackling tension that sent shivers down my spine. The stag, the wolves, the shadows of the trees, they all converged, and I realized that the lines that separated us were melting away. What awaited us on the other side was unseen, a dance with the spirits that could heal or destroy. I could almost hear Eloan's laughter again, an echo of hope and pain swirling in the night, a reminder that the world was alive with connections, with stories just waiting to be told. The animals breathed with us, their existence a reminder that we were not alone, that the mysteries of the universe wrapped around us in a tight embrace. And as we stepped forward into the darkness, I knew the journey was far from over. The rhythm of my heartbeat matched the thrum of the world around us, and as the first light of dawn began to break, I felt the weight of everything we were about to confront, the ghosts of our pasts and the spirits of the animals that walked beside us. This was not an ending, but rather a beginning, a new chapter woven into the fabric of Celtic culture and spirituality, an endless cycle of life, death, and rebirth. A shadow flickers across the moonlit path, a heartbeat away from being something alive, something hungry. The midnight air is thick, heavy with secrets waiting to be exhaled. I shiver, pulling my cloak tighter around me, but it's not the chill of the night that sets my skin crawling. No, it's that deep, primal fear that coils like a serpent in the pit of my stomach. The tales, the whispers, they all swirl around me, threading through the night like smoke. And there, in the distance, a figure prowls, silent, ghostly. I remember my sister, Eloan, her laughter like the tinkling of glass, a sound that now feels like a distant echo. She's been gone for 2 moons, swept away by an ancient curse that clings to our family like shadows cling to the walls of a forgotten house. They say the great cat took her, that she wandered off into the woods, drawn by its hypnotic gaze. It's just a cat, I had told myself, shaking my head at the superstitions that envelop our village like heavy fog. But even now, in the heart of this darkness, I feel the weight of those words pressing down on me. My heart races as I step cautiously toward the grove, where the trees twist like gnarled fingers, reaching for something just beyond my sight. The air is electric, tinged with the scent of damp earth and something else, something that speaks of loss and despair. My breath quickens, a thief in the night, stealing my courage. I see him then, Colin, my childhood friend, standing at the edge of the shadows. His face is pale, eyes wide with the kind of terror that grips you like an iron vice. I remember when we were children, how we would sneak off into these woods, daring each other to touch the old stone altar that the villagers spoke of in hushed tones. It's just a rock, we would laugh, our innocence slicing through the ominous tales. But tonight, that laughter feels like a distant memory, a naive ghost haunting our every step. Have you heard it? Colin's voice is low, trembling with a fear that resonates deep within me. The whispers? They call her name. Yes, I whisper back, though I can barely utter the word. Eloan. The name hangs in the air, a fragile thread pulling me closer to the heart of this nightmare. I remember our last conversation, her excitement bubbling over as she spoke of the old legends, of the great cat that roamed the hills, guardian of the spirit realm, and harbinger of sorrow. They say if you see it, you're marked, she had said with a shiver, her eyes dancing with a mix of fear and thrill. Marked for death, or something far worse. A low growl echoes through the grove, a sound that resonates like thunder, shaking the very ground beneath us. Colin's hand finds mine, trembling fingers intertwining, our fear becoming a shared entity. The growl morphs into a haunting melody, a siren call that beckons us deeper into the darkness. Don't listen, I hiss, but even as I say it, I can feel my resolve wavering. The shadows are alive, swirling around us as if they have their own heartbeat, their own desires. And then we see it, a flicker of movement, a flowing mass of fur that glistens under the moonlight. The great cat, a creature stitched from nightmares, eyes glowing like twin orbs of fire. It moves with an elegance that is both mesmerizing and terrifying, a cruel beauty that draws the soul towards the abyss. My heart pounds, echoing in my ears like a war drum. Run! I scream, yanking Colin away from that swirling darkness. But even as we flee, I feel the pull of its gaze, the magnetic force that draws the weak-willed and the desperate alike. I remember the stories told by the hearth of those who vanished into the folds of the night, never to return. I can't let that happen to us. Yet, as we stumble through the underbrush, I can't shake the feeling of loss, of Eloan's laughter forever silenced. The great cat stands as a sentinel, a reminder of her absence, a spectre that haunts my every step. Colin's grip tightens, a lifeline in this storm of uncertainty. What if it takes us too? He gasps, his voice breaking, raw with terror. It won't, I insist, though I can feel doubt gnawing at the edges of my mind, threatening to swallow me whole. We'll find her. I can feel her. I can almost hear Eloan's voice, a whisper on the wind, guiding me through the thicket. But then the laughter turns into a wail, echoing through the trees, and the air is thick with sorrow, urging us to relent, to close our eyes against the truth. But the truth is a cruel mistress, and it forces us to face the darkness. The great cat prowls behind us, a shadow that mirrors our fear, ever present. I remember the stories of the Druids, of the ancient pact between our people and the spirits of the land. They knew the balance, the delicate dance between life and death, joy and sorrow. But we have forgotten. The air crackles with energy, an ancient power awakening, and I feel it in my bones, a calling I cannot refuse. Look! Colin shouts, pointing to a clearing bathed in moonlight. We can hide there. But something in the way he says it sends a jolt of apprehension through me. As if to mock our desperation, the growl rises again, a sound that reverberates through the very soil, a warning drumming in my ears. The great cat senses our fear, and I can't help but wonder if we've already lost. If we are merely pawns in a game crafted by forces beyond our comprehension. We plunge into the clearing, the moon casting a silver glow over us, illuminating the truth I've been trying desperately to ignore. Shadows twist and dance, creating a tapestry of despair, and I find myself face to face with the altar. The stones are cold, ancient, whispering secrets of those who came before me, lost souls, sacrifices made in the name of fear and reverence. And then I see it, a glimmer of fur, a flash of fire, and the great cat emerges, looming before us like a dark moon. Its eyes bore into mine, and in that moment, it feels as if the world has stopped. Time stretches infinitely, memories flickering like candlelight, and I understand, this is not just a hunt, this is a reckoning. With each heartbeat, I teeter on the edge of surrender, a choice between hope and despair, life and loss. The great cat watches, eternally patient, a guardian of forgotten lore. And I know, deep down in the marrow of my bones, we are never alone in this darkness. We are woven into its fabric, threads of fear and love entwined, spinning a tale that echoes across time. The night is far from over, the shadows gather, hungry for resolution, and I find myself standing at the precipice of fate, ready to confront the echoes of my past and the specters of my future. I remember Eloan, her laughter like music, a haunting reminder that in the heart of darkness, the light flickers, waiting to be ignited once more. The scent of damp earth clung to the air, heavy and electric like a storm waiting to break, as I crouched in the shadows of the ancient grove. Moonlight slashed through the branches, silvering the landscape, a ghostly pallor illuminating twisted roots and wild undergrowth. My heart pounded, each beat a drum summoning the chaos I sensed lurking just beyond the clearing. Tonight, I whispered, dread tinging my voice, tonight the bull would rise. In that moment, I was not just a witness. I was a participant in an age-old ritual, a fragile thread woven into the tapestry of legends that danced around the sacred bull of the Celts, a creature whose mythos was as potent as a thunderclap. It was said that he represented abundance and destruction, a duality that echoed within me. I could see him, magnificent and terrible, striding through the mists of history, his eyes burning like coals in the dark, aflame with purpose, and a hunger that could consume worlds. But before the bull, before the thunder, there was Lyra, a woman caught in an unending cycle of grief and defiance. I remembered her laugh, ringing like bells across the vale, bright and fierce. Now, though, her laughter was a ghost. I was driven by her memory, that sharp edge of love turned bitter. Lyra was my sister, and she had vanished beneath the earth, swallowed by shadows as the bull roamed free. Do you believe in the power of stories? Lyra had once asked me, her eyes wide, glinting with mischief. They are not just tales. They breathe. They live. And now, those words wrapped around me like a noose, tightening with each passing moment. Each shadow flickered with her presence, a haunting reminder of what I lost. She had always been the light, the one who dared to dance with the flames. I was the keeper of ashes, a coward in the presence of what might have been. My gaze darted, searching the darkness, waiting for the moment when everything would break. That's when I saw him, Echias, the village guardian, standing at the edge of the grove, his face pale but resolute. He carried the weight of our village on his shoulders, the weight of Lyra's disappearance heavy in his chest. "We must stop him," he urged, his voice low, rasping like dry leaves in the wind. "The bull hungers for sacrifice. We cannot let it take more." Yet even as he spoke, I could see doubt gnawing at his spirit. He had seen too many sunrises turn to blood, too many dreams shattered beneath the hooves of the beast we both feared. "What if it's too late?" I asked, my throat dry, a tremor in my hands. "What if we're already lost?" His eyes flickered toward the grove, shadows twisting into the shapes of our nightmares. "We can't let her memory fade. We fight for her." And there it was, the heart of our conflict, the very essence of our souls laid bare. Lyra had fought for her dreams, for the tales that filled the skies with stars. Now, we were left grasping at the remnants, terrified of the darkness and all it promised. As the wind howled, I felt the world shift, an unsettling prelude to the storm. The air crackled with electricity, and there stood the bull, a silhouette rising against the moon. He seemed to pulse with energy, every muscle taut, every sinew alive and thrumming. I felt the pull, the call of something ancient and unyielding, drawn into the vortex of his power. But it was not just the bull that beckoned, it was the memories, the laughter of my sister, the warmth of her embrace. I breathed, I remember her eyes, the way they sparkled with mischief. I could almost hear her whispering through the trees, urging me to fight, to reclaim the light. Then suddenly, a roar shattered the silence, a sound that resonated deep within my bones, primal and feral. The bull was here, and with him came the overwhelming tidal wave of despair and violence. I clasped my hands together, trying to hold on to sanity, to the fleeting threads of hope. Kaya stepped forward, his bravado cloaked in desperation. "We have to face him. Together. He is more than a beast, he's a force." His voice was steady, but I could see the tremors racing through him like whispers of doubt. "If we do not confront this, we will be swallowed whole." The clearing lit up as the bull charged, a living nightmare, his eyes ablaze with hunger. "For Lyra!" I shouted, a battle cry that tore through the air, echoing off the trees as if the very earth itself conspired with us. I felt anger swell, a fierce tide rising to meet the bull's unyielding force. In that split second, I realized something profound. The bull was not merely a creature of destruction but a reflection of our own fears and failures. He embodied the grief we clung to, the love we lost, the stories we buried under layers of time. Our fight was not just against the beast but against ourselves, the shadows that haunted us, refusing to let go. And as we stood our ground, a fierce wind whipped around us, lifting the hair from our faces, as if the cosmos themselves were bearing witness to our struggle. The bull charged, and I felt time stretch, an eternity compressed into a heartbeat. I looked at Caius, and in that fleeting glance, I recognized the fear mirrored in his eyes, the pain that had become our common thread. Together, I breathed, we faced the darkness. And with that, we charged forward, hearts pounding like war drums, ready to confront not just the bull but the very essence of our existence. Every breath echoed with the weight of history, of every story that led us here, not just my sisters, but all those lost to the shadows, all those yearning for the light. And as the bull loomed closer, roaring defiantly into the night, I felt the world shift once more, a promise hanging in the air, a whisper of what could be if only we embraced the chaos of our own hearts. The moon hung low, a ghostly pearl tethered to the throbbing pulse of the earth, casting uneven shadows that danced like phantoms across the mist-soaked heath. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, as the horizon whispered secrets of an ancient past, secrets steeped in blood and battle, in the wild majesty of horses that transcended mere beasts of burden. The night was heavy, pregnant with unspoken dread, as if the very air around me vibrated with the weight of unshed tears. A chill ran down my spine, mirroring the tension in my chest. I was not alone. Beside me stood Mairead, her auburn hair alive with the flickering light of the fire that crackled like a warning. Her eyes, twin storms of fear and determination, flickered toward the darkened woods, where the boundary between the known and the unfathomable blurred. "Do you hear it?" she whispered, the words trembling between us like fragile glass. The rustle of leaves, the distant call of an unseen creature, it all swirled into an ominous symphony, a chorus of danger that beckoned us closer. "I remember the stories," I said, voice barely a whisper against the weight of the night. "The tales of the enigmatic horse, a creature lost to time, feared yet revered. They say it appears under the light of the full moon, cloaked in shadows, a harbinger of deep reckoning." My heart drummed in my chest, a wild symphony of anticipation and dread. Mairead's grip tightened on my arm, her fingers warm yet trembling, an anchor against the tempest of our fears. Then there was Aidan, lurking just beyond the firelight, a restless spirit wrapped in the guise of a man. His face was a mask of longing and regret, shadows clinging to him like old memories. "You both speak of legends," he said, voice gravelly and rich with longing. "But what of the truth? What if the enigmatic horse is not just a tale, but a curse?" He looked at us, eyes smouldering with a fire unquenched, a ghost of a boy who once knew galloping freedom on the windswept moors. Now, he was bound by his past, shackled by the weight of loss. "I remember," he continued, the words spilling forth like molten iron. "I remember the night my sister vanished. She followed the call of the horse, believing it a spirit meant to guide her, to set her free. But the tales, they warn of a darker fate." His voice cracked, revealing the raw edge of pain buried beneath years of stoicism. "I found only silence, only shadows, where once there was laughter. Do you dare to summon what lurks in those woods?" Mairead's breath hitched, the firelight glinting off her tears. Yet there was a fire in her soul, a spark ignited by the need for closure. "We can't live in fear, Aidan. If that horse exists, we have to understand it. We have to confront it." The night seemed to hold its breath, the world around us teetering on the precipice of possibility and despair. Suddenly, the air shifted, heavy with an electric tension, and the woods erupted with sound, a low, haunting whinny that reverberated through the marrow of our bones. My heart raced, a wild stallion pounding against the filigree of my chest. "There it is," I breathed, a mixture of dread and exhilaration flooding my veins. Aidan stepped back, his face pale like a ghost rising from the grave. "No. We mustn't." But Mairead surged forward, driven by a force beyond understanding, an insatiable thirst for truth, for the unknown. The shadows beckoned her, and I felt the pull as if the very essence of the night had wrapped its fingers around my soul. As we stepped into the darkness, the world around us melted into a tapestry of sights and sounds. Ancient trees loomed like sentinels, their gnarled branches reaching out as if to grasp our very essence. The air thickened, a palpable tension crackling like the sparks of the fire we had left behind. I felt the weight of history pressing down, a million stories whispered into the dark, and I longed to know them all. Then, like a dream coalescing into reality, it appeared. The enigmatic horse stood before us, its form ethereal, shimmering with an otherworldly glow that felt both welcoming and terrifying. Its coat was a spectral silver, eyes glowing like twin moons, a haunting beauty that stole my breath. I realized, in that moment, that this was no mere animal, it was a conduit of longing, a vessel of every sorrow, every joy ever felt by those who had come before us. Mairead stepped closer, entranced. "Can you feel it?" she murmured, reaching out a trembling hand toward the creature that seemed to pulse with life. "It's alive, it knows." Her voice was a sweet melody woven with desperation, and I could see her heart laid bare, a tapestry of hope and fear unraveling in the moonlight. But Aidan's voice cut through the air, raw and jagged. "Don't! It's a trick! The stories, they are not meant to be broken." His eyes flared with a desperate intensity, fear clawing at the edges of his soul. "You seek answers, but what if it only brings more pain?" The horse whinnied, a sound that resonated deep within me, echoing with the weight of the cosmos. I felt the stirrings of memories long buried, laughter, warmth, and the sharp sting of loss. In that moment, I understood, this was not just a search for a horse, this was a confrontation with our pasts, a reckoning with the ghosts that haunted us. Mairead turned to me, eyes shimmering with a fierce light. "What do we do?" Her voice trembled, but there was steel in her resolve. Aidan shook his head, desperation etched across his features. "Run," he urged. You don't understand, but I stepped forward, my heart pounding, the fire of determination igniting within me. "No," I said, voice steady, echoing in the stillness. "We can't run from this. We must face it. Together." As I reached for her hand, the air quaked, shifting around us like the very fabric of reality. The horse's gaze bore into my soul, a reflection of every hope and fear I had ever known. It was a mirror, a bridge to our shared pain and joy, and I felt the weight of the world teetering on the brink of revelation. In that haunting moment, as the shadows closed in and the echoes of the past swirled around us, we stood at the precipice of truth, three souls entwined by fate, driven by the echoes of our hearts. The night held its breath, waiting for our choice, as the enigmatic horse loomed before us, a whisper of destiny unraveling in the darkness. The moon hung low over the darkened hills, a silver coin tossed against an inky sky, glinting through a shroud of mist that slithered like a serpent. The air was thick, heavy with dread, and the distant howl of a hound echoed off the crumbling stones of a forgotten castle. It was a sound that sent shivers racing down spines, a harbinger that something ancient and terrible stirred in the shadows. I didn't know it then, but that night would etch itself into my soul, a brand on my very being, marking the moment everything changed. I stood frozen, heart pounding in my chest like a war drum, as my breath escaped me in short, sharp gasps. Beside me, Llewellyn, burdened with the weight of grief and regret, gripped his sword so tightly that his knuckles turned white. The man was a storm, wild and chaotic, a warrior who had seen too much bloodshed, and yet here he was, a fractured spirit, haunted by a promise made to a friend who now lay beneath cold earth. "They said they'd come for him," he muttered, the tremor in his voice betraying a vulnerability he would never allow to surface. The Hound of the Otherworld. The myth was a twisted echo of what had once been a comforting tale told by firesides, a narrative of protection turned sinister. I remembered the stories woven into the fabric of my childhood, where dogs were guardians, fierce and loyal, protecting the weak from the dark. Yet reality was never that simple. The Hound was not merely a creature of fur and fang, it was a spectre of vengeance, a guardian twisted into an avenger. With every flicker of the dying flames, shadows danced against the stones, and I could feel the presence of something watching, waiting, lurking just beyond the veil of perception. I glanced at Mireille, the third piece of our shattered trio. Her eyes reflected the moonlight, shimmering with a mixture of determination and fear, a flickering candle in an overwhelming storm. She was no warrior, she was a healer, gentle and fierce in a way that sliced through the heart like a shard of glass. "Llewellyn, we can't let it take him," she said, her voice steady, but I could see the cracks beneath the surface. "I won't let the darkness claim another soul." But how could we stand against something so ancient? The stories whispered of the hound that hunted in the night, invisible but ever present, a being that fed on sorrow and despair. That it would come for Llewellyn's friend felt inevitable, a cruel twist of fate. The air crackled with tension, and I felt time stretch, a taut wire pulled to its breaking point. I could hear the heartbeat of the world, a slow, mourning rhythm. Then came the howl again, raw and primal, a sound that sent ice racing through my veins. It was a call, a summons from the abyss. Llewellyn's grip on his sword tightened, muscles coiled like a predator ready to spring. "I won't lose another," he breathed, his words a vow laced with desperation. My heart ached for him, for Mireille, for the heavy weight of their shared history, a past marred by loss that shadowed every step they took. We faced the darkness together, an unlikely trio bound by fate, fear, and the flickering hope that perhaps, just perhaps, we could alter the course of our destiny. I searched Mireille's eyes, willing her strength to flow into me. "We have to move," I whispered, urgency igniting within me. "Before it's too late." And so we pressed on, stepping deeper into the night, the fog curling around us like ghostly fingers. In the silence, I could feel the stories of the ancients thrumming beneath my skin, a tapestry of warriors and hounds, of battles fought over the souls of men. Each step was heavy with the echoes of their struggles, their triumphs, their failures. They were not just tales, they were warnings that reverberated through time, reminders that the line between protection and destruction was often razor thin. Each sound made me jump, the rustle of leaves, the snap of twigs beneath our feet. I felt the eyes of the night upon us, the weight of unseen watchers lurking just beyond the periphery. My senses heightened, I grasped the cold steel of my own dagger, heart racing at the sheer absurdity of it all. We were here, ordinary souls standing against the monstrous unknown, yet the threads of destiny wove tighter with each passing moment, binding us to the fate of something greater than ourselves. The howl came again, louder this time, and I felt it sink into my bones, a promise and a curse intertwined. Mire's voice broke through the chilling anticipation, her words shaking but resolute. If the hound comes, we must face it together. We cannot yield to fear. The flicker of courage ignited between us, a fragile flame against the oppressive dark. I wanted to believe her, to think that we could fight back against the encroaching terror. But as we reached a clearing, the moonlight spilled across the ground, illuminating the place where the veil between worlds felt thinnest. My breath caught in my throat as I spotted a figure lurking at the edge of the woods, a silhouette with eyes like glowing embers, fierce and unyielding. The hound emerged from the shadows, towering and magnificent, a creature born of nightmares and legends. Its eyes bore into mine, a chilling recognition passing between us, a shared understanding of loss and vengeance. The air grew electric, crackling with tension as I glimpsed into the depths of its soul, a reflection of my own fears and heartbreak. In that moment, I understood. The hound was not just a harbinger of death, it was a guardian of those who had been wronged, a protector of the lost souls who wandered the twilight. And as I stood there, frozen in fear and awe, I knew that the battle before us was not just for Sorellen's friend but for our own souls, for the very essence of what it meant to be human, flawed, broken, yet fiercely protective of one another in the face of the darkness. As the hound howled once more, the sound echoed through the night, reverberating in my chest, and I felt time folding on itself, the threads of fate weaving a tapestry that was far from finished. It was not the end but a beginning, a confrontation that would challenge everything we believed. The moment hung suspended, heavy with anticipation, and I could feel my heart racing as if it were trying to escape the gravity of the situation, clawing for liberation from this haunting celestial dance. And so we stood, united in our fear, a tapestry woven from love and loss, teetering on the edge of something terrifying and sublime. The wind howled like a banshee, a sharp voice cutting through the heavy fog that clung to the hills of the ancient land. It was a tumultuous night, a night where the air crackled with foreboding, where shadows danced in a waltz of grief and terror. I stood at the edge of the precipice, the ground crumbling beneath my feet, my heart a frantic drum echoing with dread. Below me, the valley lay silent, shrouded in darkness, but not empty, no, never empty. I felt the weight of the Kaliach's curse, a heavy mantle draped over the landscape, seeping into my very bones. Malmhuia stood beside me, his eyes reflecting the starlit agony above. He was a warrior, yes, but that night he bore the burden of a lover betrayed, his heart a shattered mirror of memories. "We must go," he murmured, voice trembling like the leaves in the wind. I hesitated, knowing we were tethered to the past by threads of longing and regret, but the darkness roiled beneath us, as if it could swallow our souls whole. "I remember," I whispered, the words escaping like a sigh, her laughter, the way the sun would bend to kiss her cheeks. Those memories hung like cobwebs, fragile yet sticky, clinging to my mind with an intensity that left me breathless. The Kaliach had taken so much from us, hope, laughter, light. Now, she claimed the very essence of what it meant to be alive. The land groaned as if it felt the weight of our despair. Rhiannon, the one who had loved with the fierce intensity of summer storms, had been lost to the stone, transformed into a grim sentinel of our failures. She had stood strong, her laughter ringing like bell chimes in a quiet village, but then the Kaliach swept in, cold and relentless. I could still see her face vividly, eyes bright with the fire of rebellion, until they turned dull and lifeless, a reflection of the stone she had become. "Do you think she can hear us?" Malmhuia asked, desperation clawing at the edges of his voice. I didn't answer. How could I? The very air felt charged, thick with the echo of her spirit trapped within the rock. I could almost hear her whispers, mingling with the wind, tugging at my heart like a child seeking comfort in the night. "I remember when we danced under the harvest moon, when we thought nothing could touch us," I murmured, my throat tight with unshed tears. "We were fools," he snapped, anger flaring like a dying ember. We let her slip through our fingers like the grains of sand we thought we could hold forever. He threw his hands up, frustration spilling over, mingling with the shadows that surrounded us. But we can't let her stay like this. We must fight. The urgency in his voice cut through the haze of sorrow, igniting something inside me. The ghosts of our past tangled with the present, a macabre dance of what once was and what could never be again. Suddenly, the earth trembled, a low growl reverberating through the ground. My heartbeat quickened, a wild thing racing against the tide of fate. The stones around us seemed to shift, almost alive, as if they possessed the memories of the Cailleach herself. We cannot fight her. We cannot fight what she longs for. I shouted, the words tumbling out in a rush, a desperate plea mingling with the wind. She is the winter, the end. We cannot hope to thaw her heart. But Malmhuia's resolve was unyielding, his spirit ablaze with a reckless ambition. And what if the only way to free Rhiannon is to confront the Cailleach herself? His words hung in the air, heavy with possibility and fear. The thought chilled me to my marrow. The Cailleach was no mere spectre, she was the embodiment of winter's wrath, a goddess shrouded in shadows and dreams long turned to stone. A flicker of movement caught my eye, and I turned, heart stopping. There she stood, her figure wreathed in swirling mist, eyes like cold stars piercing through the night. The Cailleach. I could feel her presence pressing against my chest, a vice of despair and rage. You come to me, little mortals, she crooned, her voice a haunting melody that sent shivers crawling up my spine. What is it you seek? A chance for salvation? Or simply the end of your pain? I could taste the bitterness on my tongue, the sharp tang of fear mingling with the longing to reclaim what we had lost. Rhiannon, I gasped, the name slipping from my lips like a prayer. We seek her. Release her from your grasp. A low, mocking laugh reverberated through the air, and I could feel the shadows gathering around us, closing in like a tightening noose. You think you can battle what has been woven into the very fabric of existence? Her eyes glimmered with an ancient wisdom, a darkness that threatened to engulf everything. We have to try, Malmhuia replied, determination lacing his voice, though it trembled. If we don't fight, we lose her forever. And in that moment, terror and courage collided within me, creating a tempest so fierce it could sweep away the very mountains. I thought of Rhiannon, her laughter, her spirit, lost but not forgotten. If we fail, we die, I said, barely more than a whisper. Then let it be so, Malmhuia declared, and I could see in his eyes that he had made peace with the shadows that danced around us. With a fierce cry, he charged forward, a wild heart battling against the storm. I followed, fear thrumming in my veins like a war drum, and together we faced the Cailleach, ready to confront the goddess of winter and stone. In that moment, the world shifted, time stilled, and everything that had been lost hung suspended in the air between us, a fragile breath, a heartbeat, a flicker of hope against the encroaching darkness. The Cailleach smiled, and the earth trembled beneath us, a prelude to the chaos that was about to unfold. A silent promise hung between us, whatever happened next, we would fight. We would not let her lie in stone forever. The storm howled like a wounded beast, its cries echoing off the jagged cliffs, a primal roar that sent chills racing down the spine of anyone foolish enough to be caught out on the shore. I stood there, breathless, feeling the salt sting my cheeks as the waves crashed and receded like a restless heart. The air was electric, charged with danger, a reminder that nature gives and takes with a merciless hand. That was the moment I saw her, the Selkie, or a glimpse of her, cloaked in bronze and silver, shimmering with the damp light of the rising moon. She was a fleeting shadow, a whisper of what once was. I remember the way she danced through the surf, her skin glistening, a haunting beauty wrapped in the mystery of the sea. But there was something else, too, a shadow that loomed larger than the waves. It wasn't just the storm, it was the weight of all the secrets that clung to my bones like barnacles, unshakable and suffocating. The Selkie vanished into the dark, leaving only a ripple behind, yet that ripple stirred something deep within me, a longing that twisted like a knife. I remember Matthias, his eyes filled with a storm of their own. He stood beside me, tall and rugged, yet crumbling under the weight of his own burdens. My heart ached not just for the Selkie but for him, too. He had always been the sturdy rock against the relentless tide of my life, yet now I felt the tremor beneath his facade. "She's real, isn't she?" he whispered, his voice breaking against the wind. It was a question laced with both hope and despair, as if he feared the answer would shatter whatever fragile belief he clung to. Matthias had lost his brother to the sea, a cruel mistress that took. His heart had turned into a stone, worn smooth by grief, and every look we shared was a reminder of what could never be unsaid. I could see the flicker of desperation behind his eyes, a yearning for redemption, perhaps a way to bring his brother back, or to wrestle the Selkie from the depths and uncover the truth. But the deeper we waded into this world, the more I felt the icy grip of fate tighten around our throats. I remember the stories the old ones told, tales woven with the smell of brine and the echoes of laughter long past. They spoke of Selkies who shed their skins, who danced under the moonlight, but always returned to the sea, forever caught between worlds. I felt the weight of those stories settle over me like a shroud, a reminder of the price we pay for wanting what we cannot have. And then, as if summoned from the depths of my longing, there she was again, cresting the crashing waves, her seal skin slipping off like a forgotten dream. The moonlight kissed her bare skin, illuminating the scars of the past, the lost hopes and dreams etched into the landscape of her being. I was frozen, caught between the thrill of her beauty and the dread that called in my gut like a serpent. "Go to her," Matthias urged, his voice a raw whisper, tinged with the desperation of a man on the edge. But what did I know of Selkies? Of their heart-wrenching allure and the promises buried deep within the salt and foam. "She'll break your heart," I replied, feeling the truth clench around my throat. I knew that every step towards her was a step away from reality, a dance upon the razor's edge of dreams and nightmares. The night thickened, shrouding us in shadows, the moon a ghostly witness to our impending choice. I could feel the cold seep into my bones, mixing with the warmth of my racing thoughts. I wanted to reach for her, to touch the shimmering skin that glowed softly in the dark, but fear gripped me. Would she vanish again, leaving me with nothing but an aching void? "Let her go," Matthias said, but his voice cracked, betraying his own desires. I glanced at him, seeing the tempest of emotions flicker across his face, hope, fear, longing, regret. Our hearts were tethered to the Selkie, both of us drawn into her orbit, but we were two ships caught in the same storm, destined to collide. As the night deepened, the sea roared louder, the wind howling through the gaps in my soul, whispering secrets I was not ready to face. I felt the swell of the tide beneath my feet, a reminder that time was slipping away, as relentless as the waves. The Selkie was the embodiment of everything I sought yet feared, the very essence of the abyss that beckoned. "If you want to know her, you must be willing to lose everything," Matthias murmured, his words hanging heavy between us. I could see the pain etched on his face, the longing for answers, the desperate need to grasp at something tangible in this world of shadows. But what would we sacrifice? What would we become in our pursuit of her? The storm around us breathed with fury, yet a strange calm settled within me as I stepped closer to the water's edge. My heart thundered, echoing the tumultuous waves crashing against the shore. Every heartbeat felt like a countdown, every breath a push toward the unknown. And then, with the moon illuminating her in haunting clarity, I made my choice. The Selkie turned, her gaze locking onto mine, and in that moment, the world fell away. All the grief, the yearning, the fear melted, leaving only the raw essence of connection. I reached for her, driven by an instinct as old as the tides, feeling the thin veil between reality and magic dissolve. The storm roared on, a symphony of chaos, but all I could hear was the heartbeat of the sea, a rhythm that called to my very soul. And in that heartbeat, I knew, nothing could ever be the same again. Nothing. The night air was thick with a silence so profound it felt like the world had been swallowed whole. A lone candle flickered in the window of a modest cottage, its weak light trembling, casting elongated shadows that danced like restless spirits. I stood there, paralyzed, feeling the weight of an unnameable dread pressing down on my chest. There was a sound, soft, haunting, a wail that slithered through the damp earth and up into my bones. The Banshee had come. I remember the first time I heard her cry. It was a sound that screamed of loss, a voice woven with threads of sorrow and dread that rustled the very leaves of the ancient trees. It was a sound that promised the end, a promise I never believed could touch me. But here I was, standing at the edge of that promise, breathless, heart pounding like a drum echoing through a darkened valley. Tomos was inside, just beyond that flickering light, his breath steady but his heart a wild beast, fearing what was to come. His hands, calloused from years of labor, trembled as he clutched a weathered rosary, each bead a whisper of hope against the encroaching darkness. His eyes, usually filled with mischief, now mirrored the storm raging inside him. "Not tonight," he had muttered, throwing glances at the door as if he could ward off fate itself. But fate, I learned, has a way of ignoring our pleas. I remember the stories told by the fireside, how the Banshee was but a harbinger, a messenger of doom. They said she was a woman, beautiful yet terrifying, her hair like silver threads of moonlight that flowed freely in the wind. But tonight, she was not beautiful. She was anguish personified, a phantom draped in shadows, her cries echoing the heartache of countless souls who had crossed the threshold of life. "Don't look at her," I whispered, though I knew he would. Curiosity danced in his eyes, an ember that couldn't be snuffed out. He had always been drawn to the dark edges of the world, a moth fluttering dangerously close to the flame. I watched him, my heart a samba drum. My own fear morphed into defiance. I had to protect him, even from his own recklessness. The wind howled, and with it, I felt the chill seep deeper into my bones. Memories flooded my mind, my mother's warm embrace, her laughter like the soft chime of bells, and the way she used to say, "Death is just a door, my love." But what she didn't tell me was how it felt to stand on this side, where the door creaked with the weight of inevitability. The Banshee's wail crescendoed, wrapping around the cottage like a shroud. I could see Tomos moving toward the door, drawn as if by an invisible thread. "Tomos, don't!" My voice was a desperate plea, laced with raw fear. But he paused only for a moment, glancing back at me. His eyes were wild, haunted, an echo of the shadows dancing on the walls. "I have to know," he said, voice barely above a whisper. "What if she's here for someone else? What if?" The question gnawed at me, a relentless beast. What if she was not here for him, but for someone I loved? The thought was a dagger, twisting deep inside, each turn sending shards of pain through my heart. I stepped forward, reaching for him, but the moment stretched, filled with unspoken words and a chasm of fear. Then, in a breathless instant, that haunting cry split the air again, more intense, as if the very fabric of time was tearing apart. I felt it in my bones, a prophecy woven in the night's fabric. The darkness seemed to pulse, and in that moment, I understood, the Banshee was not just a herald of death, she was the keeper of memories, a reminder of all we had lost and all we would lose. "Tomos," I said, my voice trembling. "If you go out there, you might not come back." "It's a risk I have to take," he replied, a fierce determination lighting up his face. But the shadows behind him shifted, and through the dim light, I saw them, the faces of those he had lost, his mother, his brother, each one a ghost, each one a fragment of a memory pulling him toward the door. And then, with a suddenness that made my heart leap into my throat, he stepped outside. The door creaked open, and I caught a glimpse of him framed against the night, a solitary figure against the vast unknown. My breath hitched, the world outside seemed to swallow him whole. Tomos moved toward the sound, the wail becoming a siren call that echoed through the trees, a melody of despair, pulling him deeper into the darkness. I couldn't breathe. I wanted to scream, to pull him back, but the words stuck in my throat. I stood frozen, trapped between fear and love, the soft light of the candle flickering like the last hope in a storm. "Tomos!" I cried, the sound of his name a desperate prayer against the consuming night. The Banshee's wail rose to a fever pitch, and with it came a vision, a dark tapestry woven with threads of loss and longing, of pain that stretched beyond the grave. I could see it, the moment that would shatter everything. As he stepped further into the abyss, I saw her, an ethereal figure drifting through the shadows, her hair a silver curtain that billowed with the wind. She turned, and for a moment, our eyes locked. In that instantaneous connection, I felt the weight of centuries, the loss of every soul she had ever mourned. "Go back!" I screamed, as if my voice could reach him through the dark, as if I could sever the thread that bound him to her. But he was entranced, caught in a web spun from the fabric of his past, and the Banshee's wail morphed into something different, the sound of a heart breaking, a soul unraveling. And then, just like that, everything shifted. The darkness enveloped him, and with it, the moment hung suspended, a fragile whisper against the roaring storm. Time blurred, memory swirled like smoke, and I was left standing there, a witness to his choice, to the echoes of what was and what would never be. I remember the moment stretching into eternity, the candle flickering its last breath, and I stood alone in the haunting silence, suspended between hope and despair. The world outside was a void, an infinite abyss. And somewhere within it, the echoes of a banshee's wail lingered, a promise that death would always be waiting just beyond the door. The fog rolled over the hills like a whisper, a deceptive veil hiding secrets that should never see the light. I stood there, shivering, clutching the damp earth beneath my fingers, feeling the chill seep into my bones. The wind howled, an unseen creature prowling through the shadows, and in that moment, I knew something was coming. A snap of a twig, a rustle in the underbrush, the unmistakable sense of being watched. Aidan was beside me, his breath quickening, his eyes darting, reflecting the pale, ghostly moonlight. He was a man caught between regret and defiance, each heartbeat a clashing drum echoing his inner turmoil. "Did you hear that?" he whispered, voice trembling, the bravado melting away. I could see the boy he once was in the widening of his eyes, the boy who laughed too loudly to drown out his own fears. "I remember the stories," I said, though my voice wavered, the words barely an echo in that oppressive silence. "The Púca," they said, "a trickster spirit. Mischief to those who stray too far from the path." But it wasn't mischief that made my skin prickle, it was the way the shadows danced, teasing, taunting. Aidan stepped forward, drawn by an unseen force, teetering on the edge of reason. "We're fine. Just a legend," he insisted, but I could hear the uncertainty vibrating beneath his bravado. I wanted to reach out, to pull him back, but the truth sank deeper, he was always drawn to danger like a moth to flame. It was the thrill of the unknown that kept us both alive, and yet I was terrified of what lay ahead. I could see him, I could see the man he wanted to become, but the boy was still there, hidden beneath layers of bravado and shame. Then there was Maeve, her laughter like a chime that cut through the dark, a sound too bright for the weight of the night. She stood at the edge of the clearing, arms crossed, a frown creasing her brow. "You two are being foolish," she said, but I could see the way her heart was racing, betraying her cool exterior. She was a storm contained, a force of nature waiting for the right moment to unleash chaos. "I remember," I whispered, "when we were children, we thought the Púca was a guardian, something to keep us safe." My voice cracked, the memory flooding back. Moonlit nights spent weaving wild tales, laced with laughter, dreams of adventure, where the supernatural was a mere extension of the world we knew. But now, here we stood, hunted by the very legend that had once cradled us in warmth. "Keep it together," Maeve urged, glancing over her shoulder, fear lurking in her eyes beneath her bravado. It flickered like a candle in the wind, threatening to snuff out. "Maybe we should go back," Aidan said, his voice barely a whisper now, the courage draining away. The shadows shifted, as if ready to pounce. "What if it's real?" A shiver coursed through me, I couldn't let him falter. "We can't run. It'll only follow us. It thrives on fear, Aidan. It'll feast on us." Suddenly, the air crackled, vibrant with energy, as if the very earth beneath our feet was alive. A distant sound echoed, a low groan that twisted like an unseen hand around my heart. I felt the feverish pull of something ancient, something that had danced under the moonlight long before us. And then it appeared, a figure cloaked in shadow, a silhouette against the pale glow of the moon. The Púca. Its eyes glinted with mischief, the promise of chaos, a challenge wrapped in a smile. It stepped forward, a creature of dreams and nightmares woven together, a trickster that held no allegiance to any fate. "Welcome, lost souls," it rasped, voice like gravel, each word sending shivers through the air. "What brings you to my domain?" My breath caught in my throat, a knot tightening. I could see the lines of desperation etched into Aidan's face, the flicker of hope and horror battling within him. "We didn't mean to intrude," he stammered, his bravado crumbling like dry leaves in autumn. "Ah, but you did, dear boy," the Púca taunted, tilting its head, eyes gleaming with cruel delight. You are here because you seek. You crave adventure, don't you? I remember, I whispered, the weight of unfulfilled dreams pressing down on my chest. We wanted to be more than this. More. The Púca laughed, a sound that echoed around us like the cawing of crows. What is a more? Tell me, what do you truly desire? The question hung heavy, coiling around us, suffocating yet liberating. Aiden's face morphed, the flicker of defiance igniting once more. I want to be free, he said, voice laced with desperation. Free from this life, from the shadows of my past. Can you handle the truth? The Púca leaned closer, the air thickening with tension. What if I told you that freedom comes at a price? What if I showed you the darkness you've hidden from? Maeve stepped forward, the storm brewing inside her now raging. Stop it! We don't need your games. But the Púca only smiled wider, a gash of white against the dark. Games? Oh, my sweet girl, this is no game. This is your life, raw, unfiltered, and all yours for the taking. A thunderous crack sliced through the night, and the earth trembled beneath us. I fell to my knees, the weight of our choices crashing around us like a tidal wave. Fear, regret, longing, and desperation tangled together, a brutal symphony playing on repeat. I looked at Aiden, his eyes wide with a mixture of hope and dread. He wanted to confront the darkness, to embrace whatever twisted truth awaited him. And then there was Maeve, her spirit fierce, ready to unleash the storm inside her. We were three souls yearning for something, a spark, a release, a reckoning. Let it come, I breathed, words barely escaping my lips. Let it be what it must. And with that, the night closed in, shadows stretching and curling around us, the air electric with the promise of change. The Púca stared at us, eyes glinting like stars in a stormy night, and the game had only just begun. The air thrummed with an unspeakable tension, a silence so deep it felt as if the world had paused, holding its breath. Beneath the gnarled branches of the ancient willow tree, shadows twisted and morphed, flickering like the last remnants of a dying flame. Fiona stood frozen, heart racing, staring at the ground where the earth had been disturbed, the fresh soil a dark testament to something that should not exist, a ring of mushrooms, too perfect, arranged in a circle that whispered of old magic. I remember, she gasped, her breath coming out in ragged bursts as memories flooded her mind, a childhood lullaby sung in the twilight, the sweet aroma of wildflowers, the soft laughter of friends long departed. It was a melody of innocence, now tainted by the very fairies she had once adored. Beside her, Jonah knelt, his fingertips grazing the rim of the circle, a mix of curiosity and dread swirling in his stormy blue eyes. They're angry, he murmured, the gravity of his words suffocating. Something's coming. The air crackled with anticipation, a feeling akin to standing on the edge of a precipice, the abyss yawning below. Fiona felt a shiver run through her, not from the cold, but from an overwhelming sense of foreboding. What have we done? The weight of the question hung in the air like a spectre, a ghost of their shared past. They had played among these woods, danced in the moonlight, and laughed as children, never thinking the fairies would ever notice them. But the fairies had noticed, and they had not forgotten. Memories bled into her present, a montage of laughter turned to screams, of light dimming into darkness. I remember the stories, she whispered, voice breaking. You know the ones, the warnings. They don't forgive. Jonah's gaze darted around them, the shadows seeming to pulse with life, mocking their innocence. What if they decide to take us back? His voice trembled, reflecting the terror clawing at his insides. What if they want retribution? A chill settled into Fiona's bones, a realization gnawing at her heart. The fairies had been the ones to vanish her brother last autumn, a price she had refused to pay despite the whispered pleading of the village. She had sealed her fate with each defiant step into this cursed glade, and now, with the mushrooms circling like a noose, she felt the pull of their otherworldly allure, felt the call of the wild spirits, and it terrified her. The forest shifted, shadows lengthening and contracting, breathing with a life of its own. A rustle broke the stillness, a flicker of movement, a shimmer of wings. She turned, eyes wide, heart pounding against the ribs that felt as fragile as glass. A figure emerged, a fairy cloaked in luminescence and darkness, her features delicate but twisted in a way that made Fiona's skin crawl. "Why do you linger, children of the earth?" the fairy's voice chimed, a melody laced with malice, echoing through the trees. "You've drawn the line, and the time for games is over." Jonah recoiled, clutching Fiona's arm, grounding her even as the ethereal being loomed before them. We never meant to offend," he stammered, his bravado dissolving like mist in the morning sun. A laugh that sent chills skittering down Fiona's spine erupted from the fairy's throat. Intentions matter little in the tapestry of fate. The forest remembers. It remembers your laughter, your defiance. Fiona struggled to speak, her voice a mere whisper against the cacophony of her racing heart. "We were just kids. We didn't know. We thought we were safe." The fairy's expression shifted, something akin to pity flitting across her features before it was replaced by a cold, unyielding gaze. "The fairies do not play with those who forget. You have invoked our ire. You must pay the price." The air thickened, wrapping around them like a shroud, the smell of damp earth and decay mingling with the sweetness of blooming flowers, nauseating and intoxicating all at once. Fiona felt Jonah's grip tighten, the warmth of his hand a lifeline in this sea of shadows. "What do you want from us?" Fiona cried, desperation creeping into her words, clawing at her throat. She could feel the weight of the forest pressing down, a reminder of every sin, every transgression they had committed without understanding. "Your faith, your belief." The fairy's eyes glinted, and for a fleeting moment, Fiona thought she saw the flicker of something human behind the veil of otherworldly beauty. "You must restore what you have taken." "What have we taken?" Jonah interjected, hope sparking in the depths of his fear. "We've done nothing but live." "Ah, but existence is a form of thievery. You live, while we fade into the shadows." With a flick of her wrist, the circle of mushrooms began to pulse, a heartbeat of the earth, a reminder that the fairies were just as much a part of this world as the trees and the stars. Fiona's heart raced, realization crashing over her like a wave. "You want us to believe again, to remember?" The fairy nodded, a smile that was both beautiful and cruel gracing her lips. "Not merely to believe, but to cherish. A sacrifice of memory, yours for ours." Jonah's brow furrowed, confusion and terror warring within him. "What kind of sacrifice?" "Your memories of joy, your dreams of a bright tomorrow. In exchange, you may save what you love." Fiona felt her breath hitch, the implications flooding her mind. The laughter, the warmth of the sun, the kisses shared under the stars, all the moments that shaped her life, it was too vast, too precious to relinquish. "But if we do this, what will happen to us? To our future?" The fairy's smile widened, nails sharp like thorns. "That, dear child, is a price only you can assess. The balance must be restored." Fiona felt the world tilt. The forest pulsated, shadows danced, her heart screamed. The weight of the decision pressed down, growing heavier with each passing second. "I remember," she started, but her voice faltered, and she wasn't sure what she wanted to remember anymore. Jonah's grip tightened, their shared fear anchoring her. We can't just give it all away." "Can't we?" the fairy whispered, voice dripping with temptation. "Or will you let the darkness swallow you whole?" As the fairy faded into the shadows, a lingering question hung in the air, heavy and unyielding. What would they choose? The forest held its breath, and the world felt like it was spiraling into chaos, caught in the grip of unseen forces. Time ticked away, and their fate hung in the balance, a fragile thread waiting to be severed. The moon hung low, a waning gibbous casting a sickly light over the desolate road. It was a night that whispered secrets, the kind that slithered into your bones and tightened around your heart. Clarity shattered like glass underfoot, and I remember the way the shadows danced, mocking me, as if they knew something I didn't, something terrible. I stood there, breathless, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and impending doom, an invisible weight pressing down on my chest. "Did you hear that?" Fiona's voice, sharp as a knife, cut through the stillness. She was standing a few paces behind me, her eyes wide, reflecting the moonlight like mirrors of fear. "Maybe it's just the wind," I said, though I felt the tremor in my own voice. The wind had a way of carrying stories of loss, betrayal, and death. And even as I spoke, I could feel the hairs on my neck stand at attention, the gnawing sensation that we weren't alone. The Dullahan was near. He was a spectre drawn from the depths of our nightmares, a relentless embodiment of the life that shadows us. Headless, he rode through the darkness, a black steed pounding against the earth, hooves echoing like the beat of a funeral march. The sound haunted the very air around us, tugging at memories I had buried beneath the mundane. I remembered my father whispering tales by the hearth, his voice low and trembling, warning us, when the Dullahan comes, it's time to meet your maker. Fiona was my childhood friend, her flaws so glaring they felt like scars etched into her soul. She was brave, fiercely so, but her bravery held a brittle edge. I'd seen her in moments of fragility, retreating into herself like a flower closing against the frost. Tonight, she wore courage like a cloak, but I could see the fear flickering behind her eyes. The horse's cries split the night, a terrifying mix of longing and despair. Then I remembered. My heart sank. Fiona, it's because of you, isn't it? Her gaze snapped to mine, a storm brewing in her eyes. Shut up. Don't say that. But I knew. The night was suffocating, thick with the weight of her guilt. She had been careless, betrayed the trust of someone her heart could not bear to leave behind. And now, the Dullahan was coming for her, an omen cloaked in darkness, riding forth to collect souls whose time had come. Suddenly, we heard it, a steady drumbeat of hooves approaching, sound rippling through the air as if the universe itself held its breath. My pulse quickened, each beat growing louder, each second stretching into eternity. I could almost taste the metallic tang of dread on my tongue. Run! I shouted, and together we bolted down the winding path, feet pounding against the earth, hearts racing, desperate to escape the grasp of fate. The shadows stretched and warped around us, the trees bending like old women, their branches clawing at us, grasping. Where do we go? Fiona cried, panic rising in her voice. I didn't know. We were lost, trapped in a nightmare woven from our own fears, racing against a darkness that knew our names. I turned to look back, and that was when I saw him, the Dullahan. A figure draped in the shadow of the night, his silhouette stark against the moonlight, riding a colossal horse with eyes like pools of ink. There was an absence where his head should have been, an unsettling void that sent chills racing down my spine. The horse's eyes burned with a fierce, unnatural glow, and its breath came out in billowing clouds, the air alive with the stench of decay. The Dullahan raised his hand, and in that moment, I felt time freeze. Bone-white fingers curled around a glimmering object, a head, slick and pale, the features twisted into an eternal scream. Fiona stumbled, her foot catching on the uneven ground, and I reached for her, but she was already falling, the darkness closing in. No! I reached out, my heart shattering, the tendrils of despair wrapping tighter around me. And then, the world exploded into chaos. The Dullahan raced toward us, a tempest of shadows and whispers, his presence a cyclone threatening to swallow us whole. I grabbed Fiona's hand, pulling her to her feet, and we ran as if the ground were on fire beneath us. But guilt clung to her like a shroud, a weight dragging her down. I can't, she gasped, and for a fleeting moment, I felt my own fear begin to solidify. What if I couldn't save her? No! I shouted, desperation clawing at my throat. You have to fight! Fight for your life! As we dashed through the trees, branches clawing at our clothes, I felt the chill of the Dullahan's presence closing in behind us, a breath away from consuming us. The intensity of the night enveloped us, shadows weaving around us like ghosts in a waltz, dragging us into their dance of despair. I remember, I whispered, memories flooding my mind like a storm. I remember the stories, the laughter, the warmth of the fire. We can't let it end like this. With that spark of defiance igniting within her, Fiona surged forward, a newfound strength coursing through her veins, and together we raced against fate, hearts pounding like war drums. But as we turned the final corner, hope faltering, the path ahead darkened into an abyss, the trees thinning into a gaping chasm. We were cornered, the Dullahan blocking our path, a sentinel of death determined to collect its due. In that moment, the world narrowed to a single, soul-crushing choice. I turned to Fiona, our eyes locking in a heartbeat of understanding, our fears, our regrets, our hopes, all swirling together like a tempest. "What do we do now?" she breathed, her voice trembling. I didn't know. But I felt the weight of the night pressing down, the air heavy with the scent of impending loss. The hooves of the Dullahan thundered around us, a sickening reminder that the shadows would always follow. And as the darkness closed in, I realized this was not just about survival. It was about facing the inevitable, about embracing the ghosts we carried within us. "Whatever happens, we face it together," I whispered, and in that shared moment of defiance, we prepared to confront the nightmares of our past, the Dullahan's gaze piercing through the veil of our souls. In that moment, the world fell away. The night was alive with shadows, and as they danced around us, I knew our story was far from over. The ground trembles beneath my feet, a primal heartbeat reverberating through the earth. I remember this place, a clearing drenched in shadows, the air thick with the scent of damp moss and impending dread. The trees loom overhead, ancient sentinels stretching their gnarled limbs toward a bruised sky, where the sun fights a losing battle against gathering storm clouds. And then, there he stands, Brennan, the giant, a colossus of muscle and fury, his silhouette outlined by the fading light, eyes like pools of molten gold, reflecting a rage that seems to reach for the heavens. I hold my breath, heart racing, as the villagers cower, whispering prayers that rise like smoke into the charged air. A child clings to his mother, tiny fingers gripping fabric, fear etched into their innocent features. In this moment, I can taste the desperation, thick and metallic, as Brennan's roar shakes the very foundations of our world. "Leave me be," he bellows, voice layered with anguish that twists like a knife in my gut. I remember the first time I saw him, a boy of 10, cloaked in awe and wonder. Is he a monster? I had wondered, staring wide-eyed as the villagers spun tales of his deeds, half of them drenched in blood, the other half steeped in tragedy. But monsters, I learned, aren't merely beasts with claws and fangs, they are those who carry the weight of their own nightmares, and Brennan carries more than most. There's a flicker in the distance, a spark that ignites the chaos. Some brave souls rally, brandishing weapons with trembling hands, eyes wide with a mixture of valor and terror. My heart stutters. A man called Soellen, tall and lean with a wild mane of hair, steps forward. He was once a friend, my brother in arms, now he wears the burden of defiance upon his shoulders. "We cannot let him destroy our home," he shouts, though his voice quivers, underpinned by doubt. And I wonder, in that moment, what it means to be brave. To stand against a giant with fists like mountains. Soellen's eyes shine with a reckless fire, but I see the cracks beneath his bravado. He's terrified. I want to scream, to tell him that courage is often a mask we wear when we're too afraid to run. But the words die in my throat, lodged somewhere between fear and loyalty. The villagers are restless, shifting, their breaths held tight like secrets. I can sense them, each pulse of their fear, a drumbeat echoing in the hollow of my chest. We've lived under the shadow of this giant for too long, and now, desperation claws at our throats, urging us into action. But what if chaos is birthed from chaos? What if the giant is merely a reflection of the turmoil within us? "Brennan!" I finally shout, my voice a thread in the storm's roar. The ground shakes beneath his thunderous footsteps as he turns to me, and I can almost hear the earth groan under his weight. "What do you want?" The question lingers, heavy and suffocating. "I want peace," he growls, and I can see it, the flicker of a deep pain, raw and exposed. He is not just a giant, he is a man crushed beneath the weight of expectations, of a world that demands he be more than he can bear. "Do you not hear them?" he continues, voice breaking. "The whispers in the night? They haunt me." I remember nights spent tossing and turning, plagued by dreams of shadows dancing just beyond the firelight, and I realize we are all haunted by our histories, our choices, our sins. The giant is not the monster here, we've made him one. Soellen's resolve falters, and he looks at me, uncertainty clouding his eyes. "What if we can reach him?" he whispers, a flicker of hope that both soothes and terrifies me. But how can we reach a being who dwarfs our very humanity? How do we bridge the chasm between fear and understanding? Suddenly, the tension breaks as a bolt of lightning splits the sky, illuminating the clearing with a ghostly glow. Brennan shields his eyes, the pain in his heart raw and exposed. In that moment, I see him, truly see him, as a man, not just a giant. "You think I want this?" he cries, anguish spilling from his lips like blood from an open wound. "I want to be free." But the echoes of my past, they bind me like chains. The words resonate, a symphony of shared sorrow. I step forward, heart pounding, trembling not just with fear, but with the courage to confront not just him, but everything we've buried in the shadows. "Then let us help you, let us break those chains together." My voice quivers, a fragile thread reaching out into the void. For a moment, time stands still. The storm rages overhead, but here, in this fragile space, something shifts. Brennan's eyes soften, the fury melting away, revealing layers of pain too heavy to carry alone. "You'd stand with me," he whispers, voice cracking like thunder rolling across the hills. "Yes," I breathe, the word a promise that binds us in that moment, a flicker of light in an otherwise consuming darkness. The villagers stir, glancing at one another, hope and fear entwined like vines, suffocating yet beautiful. And just like that, the confrontation morphs, no longer a battle against a giant but a desperate plea for understanding. I feel the pulse of something greater than ourselves, an unyielding bond of humanity that stretches beyond size and strength. But the storm has not passed. The shadows that linger are still hungry, eager to reclaim what they've lost. And as we take a step forward, I know this is only the beginning. The air crackles with tension, our fates intertwined in an intricate dance that teeters on the edge of chaos. What happens next is uncertain, nothing is guaranteed, but in this moment, we are alive, raw, exposed, and ready to face whatever comes charging out of the darkness. The giant and the villagers, bound by fear and hope, two halves of a single, monstrous whole, standing on the precipice of destruction and redemption. And just like that, time slips, the night deepens, and the echoes of our heartbeats fill the silence, an unending rhythm that promises this tale, like all great stories, will never truly end. The wind howled through the ancient trees, branches clawing at the sky like skeletal fingers reaching for a long-lost soul. I stood in the heart of the forest, my breath shallow, a cold sweat trickling down my spine. Shadows danced in the flickering light of the moon, and beneath the surface of the darkened earth, something stirred, a whisper of a forgotten legend that had slipped from the lips of humans long ago. The Sidhe, those ethereal beings, were not just stories to frighten children. They were alive, and tonight, they were watching. I felt her before I saw her. Angeline, my sister, always the one drawn to the allure of the unknown. Her laughter had been like a sweet melody, but now it caught in my throat like a splinter of ice. She was a moth, flitting toward a flame, and I was the candle, flickering with fear. "Angeline!" I called, my voice quaking, but the sound felt as fragile as spun sugar in the chill of the night. "Come on, Aiden," she beckoned, her voice echoing through the trees, teasing, tempting. "It's just a little further." But I could feel the undertow, the pull of something dark and powerful. My heart hammered in my chest as I stumbled forward, branches whipping against my skin, leaves crumbling beneath my feet like brittle bones. I remembered how she laughed about the old tales, the stories our grandmother whispered when the stars blinked like mischievous children. "The Sidhe steal away the unwary," she'd said, her eyes glimmering with a warning that Angeline brushed aside. "They feast on hearts and dreams, leaving only shadows behind." Yet here we were, drawn into the very tales that once brought us comfort. I found her at the base of an ancient oak, its gnarled roots snaking through the earth like serpents. She was breathless, enraptured, eyes wide as saucers, lost in a world of wonder. "Aiden, look!" I followed her gaze. The air shimmered, quivering like the surface of a pond disturbed by a single drop of rain. A figure emerged, draped in moonlight, the very essence of beauty twisted with something sinister. It was a woman, or something that wore her skin like a mask. Silver hair flowed like a river of stars, and her eyes sparkled with mischief, 1,000 secrets glimmering just out of reach. "Aiden!" Angeline squealed, her voice a melody laced with apprehension. "She's beautiful. But beauty can be a snare, a trap of the heart." "Angeline, don't!" I pleaded, fear clawing at my insides. I stepped forward, but the forest shifted around me, the shadows closing in, stifling my breath. "She's not what she seems." The woman looked at me, and the world fell silent, every heartbeat a drum echoing in the void. The Sidhe are not like the stories tell. Her voice was a song that wrapped around my soul, soothing yet prickling with an edge of danger. "We offer wonders, dear child, but the price is always steep." Angeline's eyes sparkled, wide with innocent desire, as if she had seen a golden coin glinting on the ground, unaware that the coin was cursed. "What do we have to give?" she asked, the naivety wrapping around her heart like a scarf, snug and warm. Her laughter chimed like glass shattering in the stillness. "Oh, sweet girl, it's not what you have, it's what you are willing to lose." My heart raced. I remembered the stories, the faces of those left behind in the wake of such exchanges, lovers wandering endlessly, searching for what they'd sacrificed. "Angeline, please!" I grasped her arm, but she pulled away, entranced. "Let me go, Aidan. I want to see." The woman stepped closer, her presence a shadow that pulled at the edges of my sanity. "You can have anything, dear child, if you are willing to pay the toll." I felt the ground quake beneath me, a heartbeat synchronizing with my own, and the trees whispered secrets I couldn't catch. "What do you mean?" I barked, desperation seeping into my words. "What do you want from us?" The side smile broadened, revealing a truth that chilled me to the bone. "Oh, but the toll is always different. Sometimes it's a laugh, sometimes a tear, sometimes a story never told." "Angeline, don't!" I screamed, but it was too late. Her eyes were glazed, staring into the abyss, ready to leap into that which would swallow her whole. I reached for her, but she danced backward, entranced by the spell weaving through the air. Her laughter, once sweet, morphed into a haunting echo that reverberated through the very marrow of my bones. The trees began to sway, shadows stretching like fingers grasping at the light. I was losing her, the girl who had once shared secrets in the moonlight, who laughed at the absurdity of old tales. "I remember," I whispered, feeling the weight of my own heartache, the stories of what lies beyond. The darkness thickened like smoke, and suddenly, everything was still. A silence so deep it threatened to swallow me whole. The Sidhe turned her gaze upon me, and I saw eternity in those eyes, a dance of longing and despair. "Do you wish to join her?" I opened my mouth to refuse, but the words caught in my throat, as if the forest itself had wrapped around me, binding my tongue. I could feel Angeline slipping away, her light dimming against the dark, her laughter fading into the ether. "Choose wisely, Aidan," the Sidhe whispered, her voice a caress, an echo of dreams and nightmares. "For once you step into the otherworld, the path you tread will lead you far from home." I stood at the precipice, torn between the sister I loved and the pull of an ancient enchantment that promised everything and nothing at once. But one truth remained, undeniable, that the Sidhe were entwined with the very essence of loss, and what they offered was never free. One heartbeat. Two. And then silence. A choice loomed, heavy and inexorable, and in that moment, I realized that the world we knew was a fragile tapestry woven with threads of love and fear. I felt the weight of every heartbeat, every fragile story yet to unfold, and I knew I had to act before the darkness consumed us both. I took a step forward, heart racing, ready to fight for the sister I couldn't lose, but the forest held its breath, and the Sidhe watched, hungry for what was to come. The air crackled with tension, and in the stillness, I knew that whatever awaited us would change everything. The air crackled with tension that night, the moon a sliver of silver, casting eerie shadows like fingers reaching for secrets buried deep in the earth. I stood there, heart racing, as Riona's breath punched through the silence, every exhale a ghost whispering of fears unspoken. Beside her, Kieran gripped the hilt of his sword, knuckles white against the leather, eyes darting to the thicket where unseen horrors lingered, waiting. The griffin was near, its legend a dark stain on the fabric of our lives, a creature caught in the web of ancient tales, a chimera of fear and wonder. I remember the stories, Riona breathed, her voice low, almost reverent. They say its wings can tear the sky itself, and its eyes, those eyes. Like embers in the dark, her words ignited a fire in my chest, but the weight of dread anchored my heart. I remembered how the elders spoke of the creature, of how it roamed the lands, a phantom that devoured hope, cloaked in the shimmering shrouds of folklore. But now, we were not just listeners, we were the ones facing its fury, the very air around us pregnant with the promise of violence. Kieran, always the stalwart protector, had never been one to cower. Yet, tonight, I sensed the crack in his brave facade. "We'll face it together," he muttered, though his voice trembled like a leaf caught in a storm. The truth of it lingered like smoke in our throats. None of us knew what together truly meant in the shadow of such a terror. "Together," I echoed, though I felt the tremors in my own heart. Shadows danced at the edges of the forest, taunting us. Each heartbeat marked time, relentless and unyielding. I remembered the stories of old, of braver souls than ours who had faced the griffin and never returned. A rustle, then silence, a predator's breath, an omen. Riona's grip on my arm tightened. What if it's more than just a myth? Her eyes, usually so alive, now shimmered with uncertainty. What if the tales are true? "Then we make our own story," I whispered back, though I felt the chill wrap around my spine, an unwelcome embrace. The griffin wasn't merely a beast, it was a manifestation of our deepest fears, a creature born from the darkest corners of our souls. The night grew thicker, as if the very air conspired to hide our fate. I glanced at Kieran, catching the flicker of doubt in his eyes, the sliver of a man caught between bravery and despair. His shoulders heaved as he fought to breathe, the weight of unspoken burdens pressing down. The scars of loss etched his face, stories of dreams deferred and loved ones stolen by the cruel hand of fate. "I lost my sister to this," he said suddenly, breaking the stillness. "She believed the legends, thought the griffin could be tamed. She went into the woods, hoping to find glory. Instead, she found shadows." I could sense the raw wound beneath his words, the heartbreak that clawed at his insides. Each syllable was a dagger, piercing through the veneer of courage he wore like armor. Riona's eyes glistened, the pain spreading like wildfire between us. We were bound not just by blood, but by the weight of shared grief, the chains of memory that refused to let us go. "Kieran," I started, but the words dissolved in the air, swallowed by the enormity of what hung between us. Behind us, the treetops swayed, whispering secrets lost in time. The griffin was near. I could feel it clawing at my sanity, a phantom looming just beyond the veil. My fingers brushed the hilt of the dagger at my waist, a reminder that courage is as much about the heart as it is about the blade. And then, it came, a roar that shattered the stillness, reverberating through our bones, a sound guttural and primal, echoing like thunder through the hollow of our souls. In that moment, time fractured, splintering into 1,000 shards of terror. I felt the pulse of the world quicken, the very essence of life trembling at the brink of chaos. Riona gasped, her breath hitching like a child caught in a nightmare. "What do we do?" "Fight," Kieran growled, every ounce of his being steeling against the inevitable. "We fight, Riona. We fight because we must. For the lost. For the dreams that died." The shadows thickened, and the air turned electric with foreboding. I remembered a time before the darkness had seeped into our lives, before hope had become a distant memory. In that fractured moment, I saw the echoes of our lives, the laughter of days gone by, the warmth of shared meals, the light that had once filled our hearts now dimmed to a flicker. "Together," I whispered, the word a lifeline, a promise that bound us. "We stand together. We do not let fear dictate our fate." As if summoned by our resolve, the griffin emerged from the shadows, a monstrosity of feathers and fangs, a creature of nightmares woven from the threads of our despair. It was both magnificent and terrifying, its eyes glinting with a hunger that transcended the physical, gnawing at our very essence. And as it lunged, time stretched like a taut wire, the world narrowing to a single point of clarity. In that heartbeat, I felt our intertwined destinies coiling around the creature, our grief, our courage, our love, all converging into a storm ready to unleash hell. And just as the moment collided with fate, I realized each story is a thread in the tapestry, woven from the battles we choose to fight, and the sacrifices we make to reclaim what is lost. Together, I murmured, as the darkness swallowed us whole, a promise that echoed into eternity, resonating far beyond the moment of our confrontation. The moon hung low, a silver coin tossed carelessly into the vast chest of night, illuminating the twisted branches of ancient trees, their gnarled fingers reaching for whispers in the breeze. I stood there, rooted in the damp earth, heart hammering like a trapped bird, as the shadows danced around me, terrifying and beautiful, like a lover's embrace gone wrong. I could feel it in the air, a tension thick as fog, the kind that settles in your bones and makes you aware of every breath. The forest was alive, every creak and rustle a reminder of the unseen. I remember the stories my grandmother told me, the Green Man, the guardian of the wild, fertility incarnate, a spirit woven into the very fabric of life and death. But now, that myth felt like a knife edge, sharp and dangerously close to cutting through my reality. Beside me, Ilara trembled, her fingers clenching at her side, nails digging into her skin. She was my anchor, the reason I trailed through the underbrush, searching for answers. I remember the way her laughter rang like silver bells, how it once filled my world with light. Now, it echoed hollow, swallowed by the weight of something sinister creeping through the trees. "What if he's not a savior?" she whispered, her voice quaking. "What if he's a monster?" A chill darted down my spine, and I could taste the metallic tang of fear on my tongue. The shadows shifted. I wanted to tell her to run, to get out of this cursed wood, but my feet were cemented to the ground, pulled down by something far older than either of us. The Green Man was real. I could feel him in the pulse of the earth beneath me, in the way the wind tugged playfully at my hair. But was he friend or foe? The question echoed, drumming against my skull like a funeral march. Then there was Rowan, a spectre of his former self, a man who wore the weight of 1,000 regrets like a shroud. He had come with us, seeking redemption or release, who could tell? His eyes, once alight with mischief, now held the haunted glare of a man who had walked too close to darkness. I remember the stories of his past, how he danced with temptation and lost everything. "The Green Man," he murmured, "he will test you. He will take what you love most." Those words were a knife, twisting in the pit of my stomach. Ilara's breath hitched beside me, her eyes flared with fear. "You think he's watching us?" she asked, her voice a fragile thread. "Yes," Rowan replied, his expression grave, the shadows deepening around him, "and he knows our weaknesses." I felt exposed, vulnerable in ways I had never known. The trees closed in, their bark like ancient skin, and I could almost hear the heartbeat of the world around us, a rhythm that seemed to beckon us deeper into the thicket. I remember a time when the forest felt like a sanctuary, not a labyrinth of dread. But now it was a puzzle of shadows and secrets, and every tick of the clock echoed a countdown to reckoning. "Stay close," I urged, though my own voice trembled, uncertain. We pressed forward, driven by the thrumming urgency of a shared fate. Each step was a prayer, whispered to the wind, a plea for safety. The darkness coiled around us, a blanket thick with the scent of wet earth and decay, yet there was something alive beneath it all, a pulse, a thrum that resonated with our hearts. Then I saw him. The Green Man. A figure cloaked in verdant foliage, his face a tangle of bark and leaves, eyes like glimmering pools of ancient wisdom and unfathomable depth. He stood at the edge of a clearing, illuminated by the silver moonlight, and I gasped. Here was the embodiment of nature, of life and decay, a cruel paradox. His presence was intoxicating and terrifying, a siren song that wrapped around my senses, luring me closer. My heart raced with primal fear, yet an irresistible urge propelled me forward. "Is beautiful," Ilara breathed, or mixing with anxiety. I wanted to shake her, to pull her back from the edge of enchantment. But how could I resist? How could anyone? "Remember what I said," Rowan warned, his voice laced with desperation. "He'll ask for a sacrifice." The words hung like a noose, tightening around my throat. Sacrifice. The very idea twisted my stomach, sending tendrils of dread wrapping around my heart. What would he take from us? What would we have to give in return for the promise of fertility, of growth, of new beginnings? The Green Man lifted his arms, branches stretching wide, inviting us into his embrace, and I felt the warmth of possibility, the allure of rebirth. I remember. I remember how dreams once tasted sweet, how they felt like sunlit mornings. But here, in this moment, they tasted bitter, marred by the spectre of loss. Will you be our champion? I dared to ask, my voice trembling. Will you protect us? He smiled, a rapturous, terrifying smile. To protect is to challenge. To challenge is to sacrifice. What will you give? A silence stretched, thick and suffocating, as the weight of the decision pressed down on us. I glanced at Ilara, saw the flicker of hope in her eyes, the whisper of longing. But Rowan's gaze was heavy with the burden of truth. He will take what matters most, he murmured, the hint of desperation a dark undertow. I felt the ground shift beneath me, the trees leaning in, eager to listen. What if it's not enough? I breathed, my heart pounding an erratic rhythm. What if we lose everything? The green man's laughter echoed through the clearing, a sound that resonated with the very heartbeat of the earth, both comforting and grotesque. Everything is a cycle, he said, voice like rustling leaves. To grow, one must first die. And in that moment, I understood the depth of my fear. It was not just for myself or for Ilara or for Rowan. It was for everything, the life we had built, the dreams we clung to like fragile glass. How can we trust you? I cried, the words tearing from my throat. The shadows danced and flickered, and for a heartbeat, the forest felt alive, aware, as if the very trees were waiting to hear our choice. Time stretched, each second a dagger, each breath a prayer. All I could think was, what would we sacrifice? What would we become? The night deepened, and I knew we were standing on the precipice, ready to leap into the unknown, each heartbeat echoing a silent prayer, bound by the weight of what was and what might be. We were threadbare souls tangled in the wild fabric of destiny, and the green man beckoned us forward, into the heart of the darkness, the promise of renewal clinging to our skin like dew. And so, we stood there, trembling beneath the watchful gaze of the ancient spirit, on the brink of a choice that would unravel everything. A choice carried on the wind, a whisper of fate that would weave our lives into the very tapestry of existence. In that moment, we were both terrified and alive, caught in the pulse of the cosmos, where life and death danced in an eternal embrace. The village lay silent under a bruised sky, the kind that drew whispers from the wind, promises of doom. I could hear the thundering of hooves, a symphony of chaos that sent shivers racing down my spine. They were coming, the villagers, their faces twisted with fear, eyes wide as moons in the midnight sky. They burst into the clearing, a mass of trembling bodies and frantic breaths, and at their center, a boy stood, shoulders squared yet trembling, his chest heaving with the weight of impending terror. I remember the boy's name, Aidan. Just a child, really, with wild hair and a heart that beat with the ferocity of a dragon. I felt the world narrow around him, the air thickening as if the universe held its breath. He was staring into the abyss of the forest, where shadows danced and whispered secrets. Aidan's eyes were pools of defiance caught in a tempest of fear. Beside him, Era, the healer, with hands calloused by years of tending to others, clutched a woven charm, a last hope against the encroaching darkness. Her heart was a fragile thing, filled with love and sorrow that spilled into the soil beneath her feet. Stay close, she urged, but her voice trembled like a fragile leaf caught in the wind. The dragon, a beast of legend, of curses and lore, had awoken. Its roar echoed in my mind like a funeral dirge, a reminder of the stories told in hushed tones around flickering fires. It was a creature of chaos, a harbinger of despair, a monster that clawed at the very fabric of their existence. Era had lost her husband to the venom of that beast, and now she faced the darkness with a heart both broken and fierce, a warrior forged in the fires of grief. I remember the moment the trees whispered its name, Balor. It slithered from the shadows, scales shimmering like nightmares caught in the light. I could feel every heartbeat, each pulse a reminder of the choices that led them here, to this precipice of terror. Aidan reached for Era's hand, his small fingers trembling against her palm, a connection forged in fear and love, weaving their fates together. In that moment, I saw the truth, the rawness of their humanity laid bare, vulnerable yet resolute. Around them, the villagers scattered, but not all fled. Some stood rooted, eyes glazed over with horror, staring into the depths of the unknown, where the dragon awaited. The sun dipped lower, casting long shadows that twisted and turned like ghosts seeking refuge. Aiden's breath hitched as he spoke, voice barely above a whisper. What if it hears us? Era knelt beside him, her heart cracking wide open. Then we will face it together, she said, but doubt lingered in her gaze like a spectre. The world around them was a tapestry of color and despair, a delicate balance of life and death. I could feel the pull of fate, an unseen current tugging at their souls, urging them towards the confrontation that loomed ahead. The dragon soared above, its wings slicing through the air like blades of despair. I could see the glint of its eyes, fierce and ancient, filled with the weight of ages past. Legends swirled like smoke around us, stories of heroes fallen and glory lost. What does it mean to face the embodiment of fear? To stand before a creature that represents everything you dread? Aiden's heart raced. In that moment, he was no longer just a boy, he was a vessel of courage, a spark ignited by desperation. I'm not afraid, he shouted into the void, though the quiver in his voice told a different tale. Era felt the tremors of doubt rise within her, yet she gazed at him with fierce pride and a love that filled the very air between them. This was their moment, a clash of fire and spirit, of fear and the flickering flame of hope. The dragon, sensing the challenge, unleashed a roar that shattered the silence, echoing through the forest like the cry of 1,000 souls. It was a sound that sent shivers down my spine, a reminder of the darkness lurking within the human heart. Aiden stood firm, and in that moment, he was a hero, a beacon of defiance against the looming shadow. Era took a step forward, heart in her throat. We honor our past, we honor our pain, she breathed, her voice now steady, filled with purpose. This is our land. We do not yield. The words hung in the air, a fragile promise wrapped in the weight of her sorrow. The dragon circled above, casting a shadow that engulfed them, a reminder of the lurking despair that hung over their lives. And yet, in the depths of that darkness, light glimmered. Aiden's small frame, almost lost against the vastness of fear, stood as a testament to the human spirit. I felt the swell of emotion, the raw power that surged through the villagers, threading their hearts together in a tapestry of unity and resolve. Balor roared again, a challenge that reverberated through the earth. The villagers' fear morphed into something tangible, a collective heartbeat that thrummed in the air, fear transforming into courage, grief into defiance. Era's charm glowed faintly, a spark of hope wielded against the chaos. Together? Aiden shouted, and it felt like magic, like the very essence of life swirling around them, binding their fates to the dragon, to each other. I could feel the tension crackling like a storm on the horizon. The confrontation was imminent, and the weight of their emotions hung heavy in the air, a palpable force that drew me into their struggle. In that moment, history breathed, stories whispering through the ages, the echoes of their ancestors guiding them forward. The darkness might be strong, but so too was the light, flickering in the hearts of those who dared to stand against it. Time suspended, and I felt it, the pulse of fate, the promise of battle, the bittersweet taste of destiny. In a world steeped in shadows, where dragons and dreams mingled, where fear danced with the flicker of courage, this was only the beginning. The confrontation loomed ahead, a promise of chaos and revelation, and I was right there, heart pounding, breath caught, waiting for the moment when everything would change. The dragon's roar echoed once more, a haunting melody, leaving me breathless in its wake, ensnared in the tapestry of their struggle, the battle between fear and hope, the eternal dance of light and shadow. The waves crashed against the cliffside, a symphony of chaos that swallowed the whispers of the night. Dark clouds hung low, pregnant with the promise of rain, and the air crackled with an unease that tugged at the heart. A figure stood silhouetted against the storm, her hair whipping wildly in the wind, eyes wide with a fear that gnawed at her very essence. Aoife, a fisherman's daughter, felt the weight of the ocean's breath on her skin, salty and cold, as she gazed into the churning depths below. "Why do they come now?" she murmured, the words barely escaping her lips. She remembered stories, old wives' tales spun around flickering hearths, of Merrow, those enchanting sea folk with their haunting songs that lured men to watery graves. "They're just tales, just shadows," she whispered to herself, but the shiver that ran down her spine betrayed her. Beside her, Declan stood, his broad shoulders taut, a man who seemed to wrestle not only with the tempest but also with the demons of his past. He clenched his jaw, eyes fixed on the roiling sea, where a flicker of something ethereal glimmered just beneath the surface. "They're real, Aoife. They'll take you. They'll take anyone who listens." His voice was low, gravelly, a warning wrapped in a shroud of desperation. "I lost my brother to them. I won't lose you too." But Aoife couldn't tear her gaze away. The water shimmered, calling to something deep inside her, a yearning she didn't understand. What was it about the Merrow that pulled at her heart like a siren song? She could almost hear it now, a sweet melody laced with sorrow, woven through the sound of crashing waves, promising an escape from the mundanity of her existence. "I remember," she breathed, "when I was a girl, I saw one once. A flash of green, hair like seaweed. She was beautiful." Her heart raced as she recalled the fleeting image that had haunted her dreams, an echo of longing that felt like a ghost of a memory. What if she needs me? What if they're not monsters? Declan turned, his eyes flashing with anger and fear. "They'll drown you, Aoife. They'll show you sights you can't unsee, take you to a place where you forget who you are." He stepped closer, grasping her shoulders, grounding her amidst the chaos. "You have a life here. You have me. Don't you see? The sea is a graveyard for souls like us." And there it was, the tension between them, woven through their shared history like the tangled nets of his father's boat. A love caught in the undertow of tragedy, whispered promises buried beneath waves of grief. They were flawed, scarred by lives that had crumbled around them, and yet, there was a flicker of something beautiful between the dark moments, the way his hands trembled around her shoulders, the way her heart raced at the thought of what could be lost. But the sea beckoned, and Aoife felt her resolve slipping like sand through her fingers. "Declan, I can't just stand here, my heart," her voice trailed off, the weight of her unspoken desires hanging between them like a noose. "It's calling to me." He dropped his hands, defeated. "Your heart is a fool's compass, Aoife. But I can't watch you drown." Then, a piercing scream erupted from the depths, a sound that shattered the night with an urgency that twisted Aoife's gut. It was a cry not of anguish but of rage, echoing through the very marrow of her bones. The water surged, and a figure emerged, a Merrow, glistening like the moon on the water, eyes glimmering with a wild, intoxicating madness that stoked the fire of Aoife's desire and fear. Her breath caught in her throat as the Merrow's voice wrapped around her like a lover's embrace, sweet and sickly. "Come to me, lovely girl. Leave the ash and dust of the world behind. I will show you wonders beyond your wildest dreams." "Don't listen!" Declan shouted, his voice rising like the crashing waves. "She'll drag you down. You have to fight it." But the words slipped away, lost in the resonance of the Merrow's song, a haunting melody that wove through the air, braiding dreams with nightmares. Tension clung to the air, thick and suffocating, as Aoife stepped closer to the edge, her heart pounding in rhythm with the thrumming of the ocean. The Merrow's gaze pierced through her, and in that moment, all doubt evaporated. She was not afraid. She was alive. But Declan's hand wrapped around her wrist, pulling her back with a force that shattered the enchantment. "No, Aoife! You don't understand." His desperation clawed at her, raw and real. "If you go to her, you won't come back. You'll be lost to us." And there it was, love and fear, clashing like titans against the backdrop of thunderous waves. Aoife felt the pull of the sea, the Merrow's song resonating in her bones, but the weight of Declan's touch held her steady. "I remember the stories," she whispered, fighting the tide of her desires. "You can't drown in a dream, can you?" The Merrow's laughter crashed against them like a wave, the sound both beautiful and terrible, a chilling reminder of the fragility of choice. "You think yourself strong, little girl? I'll show you strength you can't even fathom." In the heart of the storm, Aoife's resolve teetered like a fragile ship on the brink of capsizing. But with Declan's warm grip anchoring her, she felt the tide of her destiny shift. The ocean roiled, pleading with her, but the warmth of humanity glimmered brighter than anything the depths could offer. The Merrow's eyes flashed with fury, the calm before a surge of chaos. "You'll pay for this. You'll regret turning away." The storm erupted, thunder shaking the ground beneath them as Aoife turned to Declan, their breaths mingling in the tempest. "Together," she whispered, heart racing, we fight. They stood against the crashing waves, two souls bound by fear and love, facing the storm that promised to consume them. The night was alive with the pulse of the sea, and the Merrow's haunting cries echoed in the distance, a reminder that choices hung like shadows, waiting to ensnare the unwary. And so they braced themselves, hearts racing, as they faced the unrelenting tide of their intertwined destinies, caught between the world of the living and the call of the abyss. The confrontation loomed, a heart-stopping moment suspended in time, where every heartbeat echoed the melodies of loss, love, and the haunting allure of the unknown. They were not simply fighting for survival, they were wrestling with the very essence of who they were destined to be. The wind howled around the ancient yew tree, its gnarled branches twisting like fingers grasping for something lost, something sacred. I stood there, breath held tight in my chest, the air electrified with tension. Shadows danced beneath the tree, thick as fog, whispering secrets to anyone brave, or foolish, enough to listen. The yew, with its dark, stoic presence, held the weight of centuries. It was a sentinel of death and rebirth, its roots entwined with forgotten souls, its leaves a tapestry of legends, woven from the fabric of despair and hope. Evelyn, trembling, kneeled at the base, her fingers tracing the rough bark. Her eyes, wide and haunted, glistened in the faint light. "This is where it happened," she murmured, voice barely above a whisper, trembling with reverence and fear. I felt her uncertainty ripple through the air, a cold shiver that danced along my spine. She was drawn here, like a moth to a flame, seeking answers, closure. But what awaited her beneath those twisted branches? The yew tree had a hunger, a darkness that feasted on the souls of the restless. "Evelyn!" I hissed, my heart hammering against my ribs. "We shouldn't be here. We should go back." I could taste the panic rising in my throat like bile. But she stayed, rooted to the spot, as if the earth itself held her captive. I could see it in her eyes, the grief, the guilt, the insatiable need for understanding that drove her deeper into this shadowed abyss. The night enveloped us, thickening the air, wrapping around us like a shroud. Then there was Marcus, his face pale and drawn, lurking just beyond the tree's reach. He watched us, eyes filled with unshed tears and unspoken words. His presence was a storm threatening to burst, the emotions roiling beneath the surface were too tempestuous to contain. He had lost everything, his brother, his sanity, and now he stood as the guardian of that loss, the protector of unthinkable sorrow. "You can't bring him back," he said, voice cracking, a mixture of rage and grief. "You can't wake the dead." But Evelyn, driven by a fierce love, refused to accept the finality of death. "He deserves to be remembered," she shot back, the fire in her voice cutting through the chilling air, echoing off the ancient bark, fierce and fragile. "He deserves more than this graveyard of memories." The air thickened, the yew tree creaked in protest, as if alive, as if it could sense our turmoil. I felt the ground shift beneath me, a heartbeat of its own, slow, deliberate, as if the earth were warning us to turn back, to leave the past buried where it belonged. But Evelyn leaned closer to the yew, drawn like a moth to a flame, her breath mingling with the whispers of those long departed. "I remember," she said, her voice breaking, the way he laughed, how the sun danced in his hair. I remember, her words hung in the air, fragile yet powerful, a tether to the life that once was. "They bathed once a year," I muttered, more to myself than anyone else, trying to lighten the suffocating weight in my chest. So yeah, romance was earthy. Marcus let out a choked laugh, but the sorrow in his eyes remained. "You think this is a joke?" he spat, anger flaring like a candle in the dark, illuminating his pain. "You think we can laugh our way out of this?" The yew tree stood still, a silent observer, holding generations within its embrace, those who had danced beneath its branches, those who had perished at its roots. It was a history etched in bark and soil, stories sung by the wind, tales of love and loss mixing into a cacophony of emotions. I could feel the echoes of their laughter, the cries of their despair, the weight of their memories pressing down on us. "Everything has a price," I whispered, though I wished I could take the words back. The yew's roots dug deep into the earth, as if anchoring itself to the pain of all who had sought solace beneath its branches. Evelyn's fingers curled tighter around the bark, a desperate plea for connection. I have to know, she cried out, the tremor in her voice slicing through the silence like a knife. I have to know if he's still here. Her words clung to the air, heavy with conviction, suffocating in their intensity. Suddenly, the wind shifted, a cold rush sweeping through the clearing. The branches of the yew tree swayed violently, a warning or a welcome, I couldn't tell. The atmosphere thickened, charged with anticipation, as if the very fabric of time had rippled under the weight of her desire. Shadows twisted in the corners of my vision, and I could almost hear the lost souls murmuring, their lament a haunting lullaby. Evelyn, please, I implored, stepping closer, my hands trembling. Let him rest. Let us rest. But she turned, wild-eyed, determination radiating from her. What if he doesn't want to rest? She shot back, fury and grief colliding in a storm. What if he's waiting? Marcus stepped forward, anguish twisting his features. I don't want to lose you too, he whispered, the words spilling from his lips like blood from an open wound. The love he held for her was a living thing, raw and bleeding, a ferocious loyalty battling against the specter of loss. In that moment, I understood. This wasn't just about the yew tree. It was about all of us, the memories we clung to, the ghosts that haunted us, the love that refused to die. The yew, with its ancient wisdom and chilling presence, bore witness to our struggle, a crucible for our pain and our hope. The moon hung heavy above us, a silent sentinel to our turmoil. The yew tree stood grounded, embodying the cycle of life and death, a bridge between the two realms. I could feel its heartbeat synchronizing with our own, a rhythm of despair and desire, a reminder that love and loss were eternally intertwined. And as we stood there, at the edge of the past and the present, the air crackled with unspoken truths, the night pregnant with possibility. The path ahead remained shrouded in darkness, but we were bound together by this moment, this shared pain, this fragile hope that perhaps, just perhaps, love could conquer even the most shadowed of legacies. In the stillness, the yew tree awaited, patient and eternal, ready to weave our stories into its bark, our secrets into its roots. The line between life and death blurred, and we were left standing amidst the echoes of the past, the shadows whispering the promise of what might come next. The forest was quiet, too quiet. A hush enveloped the air, thick and heavy, as if the very trees held their breath, anticipating something monumental. I stood frozen, heart pounding, the chill of the evening settling like an unwelcome shroud over my shoulders. My fingers brushed against the rough bark of an ancient oak, grounding me in the moment, yet my thoughts swirled like autumn leaves caught in a storm. The whispers of the wind curled around me, carrying secrets, beckoning me deeper into the shadows. I can't believe you convinced me to come here, Mara muttered beside me, her voice a low tremor laced with both fear and defiance. She was my sister, my confidant, yet here, beneath the canopy of twisted branches, she felt like a stranger. The fire in her eyes flickered, battling against the darkness, but I knew that her bravery was a thin veil over the anxiety that gripped her heart. Stop doubting. It's just a legend, I shot back, though even I could hear the tremor in my own voice. A legend. The white stag, a creature so sacred, so elusive, it danced between reality and myth, a spectre haunting our dreams. Yet, was I not haunted by my own demons, my own obsessions? I remembered the stories whispered by our grandmother, how she spoke of the stag like it was woven from the starlight itself. An omen, a blessing, she had said, and a curse. This pursuit felt like both. The air shifted suddenly, laden with tension, a crack of a twig echoed in the distance, snapping me from reverie. Did you hear that? Mara whispered, her eyes widening. I felt a chill crawl up my spine. I nodded, though doubt gnawed at my insides. What if it wasn't just a simple animal, but something darker, something waiting in the shadows, patient and cruel? As I clenched my fists, my thoughts wandered back to my father, the man whose absence felt like a gaping wound in my chest. He had been a hunter, revered and feared, a man of the woods, but the wild had taken him too. A memory flickered, a night like this, where the stars twinkled like distant promises, a soft laugh escaping his lips as he shared tales of daring hunts. The white stag had been his obsession too, an unattainable dream that led him astray. Was this pursuit my inheritance, or my undoing? Mara's voice broke through my thoughts, shaking with urgency. We have to leave. This place isn't safe. I turned to her, and the fear in her eyes mirrored my own. She'd always been the cautious one, the voice of reason, but the thrill of the hunt ignited something primal within me. Just a little longer, I begged, desperation clawing at my throat. What if it's really out here? The silence thickened again, pressing against us. And then, there it was, a flash of white, a ghostly figure slipping between the trees. My breath caught, heart racing as I blinked, unsure if it was a trick of the light or my own madness. Did you see that? I gasped. Fear morphed into adrenaline, coursing through my veins like wildfire. Mara grabbed my arm, her grip tight enough to leave marks. Please, let's go. But the fire within me blazed brighter. I shook her off, stepping forward, drawn by an invisible thread. The forest pulsed with life, every rustle and whisper a heartbeat in the darkness, a symphony of anticipation. Stay close, I urged, my voice a low growl as I pushed deeper into the underbrush. Shadows danced, flickering between the trunks, as if the forest itself conspired against us. The further I went, the more the air crackled with energy, electrifying my skin, igniting the remnants of lost hope. And then, suddenly, the world fell away, and I stood in a clearing, bathed in ethereal moonlight. The creature emerged, the white stag, its coat shimmering like snow beneath the stars. Time froze as I gazed upon it, breathless with wonder. It was more beautiful than I had ever imagined, an embodiment of grace and power, majestic and untouchable. My heart thundered, a primal call echoing through the night. Look at it! I whispered, awestruck. But Mara's voice cut through the beauty, sharp and desperate. It's a trap. We shouldn't be here. Panic dripped from her words like rain, and I felt my joy waver, the moment teetering on the edge of catastrophe. The stag lifted its head, its eyes, deep, ancient pools, met mine, and in that instant, I felt an unexplainable connection, a thread woven through time and fate. I took a step closer, unable to resist, while Mara pulled me back, her face pale, eyes wide with dread. Please, don't. But I was lost, ensnared by the magic of the moment, a moth drawn to the flame. Just then, a snarl erupted from the foliage, a sound that chilled my very soul. The shadows stirred, shifting, revealing hounds, dark and deathly, eyes glinting like shards of glass. They were the manifestation of my father's obsession, the hunters of the night. Run! Mara screamed, her voice laced with terror, but I was rooted to the spot, the stag's presence anchoring me, a beacon of hope radiating in the suffocating darkness. Fear clawed at my insides, a sickening twist of fate. The hunt had turned against us, and I could sense the dread lurking at the edges of my heart. I felt Mara tugging at my sleeve, pulling me back, but the stag stood there, regal and defiant, as if challenging the very nature of the hunt itself. Please, I whispered to the creature, my heart racing with an inexplicable yearning. Guide us. But the moonlit magic flickered, the moment fracturing, splintering into chaos. The hound surged forward, a phantasm of snarls and teeth, and in that heartbeat, the world spun out of control. I had to choose, follow the creature or protect my sister. Time slowed, the weight of the decision crushing me, shadows clawing at every inch of hope. I remembered the stories, the legacy, the hunt, and I knew it was far from over. The river churned beneath the weight of the storm, its surface a roiling mass of silver and shadow, each wave a desperate plea, each current a silent scream. I stood there, heart pounding, breath catching in my throat, the smell of rain and earth mingling in the air like a warning. The wind howled and twisted around me, carrying whispers of ancient legends, tales of wisdom buried deep beneath the surface, tales of a salmon, the one that could grant knowledge beyond comprehension. I had heard the stories, of course. They drifted through our village like mist, tales told over flickering fires, with eyes wide and hearts heavy. But here, in this moment, this terrifying, electrifying moment, everything felt real. I could see him, Fintan, the keeper of secrets, the salmon that shimmered with the iridescence of 1,000 dreams. But he was not here for me. No, he belonged to her. Bridget's trembling hands clutched the stones of the riverbank, as if grasping for something solid amidst the chaos. Her eyes were wild, full of desperation and longing. He has to hear me, she cried, her voice breaking over the sound of the storm. He can save us. He can save my son. I had known Bridget all my life. A soul woven with the threads of sorrow, yet filled with an indomitable spirit that could outshine the darkest night. But this was different. The storm was not just rain, no, it was a tempest of fear and regret, swirling around her like a shroud. Bridget, I whispered, my own heart a drum echoing in my ears. I wanted to reach for her, to pull her back from the edge of this madness. He's a fish, and a myth at that. You're chasing shadows. But my words tumbled away, drowned by the rage of the wind. She couldn't hear me, her eyes were fixed on the water, searching, pleading. And then there was Owen, the watchman of our village, standing like a stone wall against the elements. His face was a mask of grim determination, but beneath it was a tempest of his own. He had once loved Bridget, loved her fiercely, and now he stood in the shadows, wrestling with a knot of jealousy and a flicker of hope. He could save her, but at what cost? Bridget, listen to reason, he urged, his voice a low rumble against the chaos. You can't expect a fish to change the fate of men. But she wouldn't listen. The weight of her grief had wrapped around her heart like a vine, squeezing until she could hardly breathe. You don't understand. I remember his laughter, his light. I remember how he danced through our home, a wild spirit of joy. If I can just reach the salmon, just once, her resolve echoed in the air, each word a heartbeat, a desperate plea for salvation. I felt my own heart twist painfully in response. I remembered the laughter too, the way it filled the air with warmth, how it had woven our small community together. But darkness had come, creeping in like a thief in the night, stealing joy and leaving only husks behind. The river surged, wild and hungry, as if it sensed Bridget's yearning. And then, in a flicker of light, a glimmering flash beneath the surface, a form broke through the water, a sleek body cutting through the waves. The salmon! My breath caught in my throat, and time stretched, suspended in that one, shivering moment of recognition. Fintan, the embodiment of knowledge, surged into view, scales sparkling with an ethereal glow. Do you see? Bridget's voice rang out, sharp and clear, cutting through my doubts. He has come. She lunged toward the water, the storm crashing around her, and I felt the ground shake beneath my feet. Fintan, she cried, a name wrapped in hope and desperation. I need you. I need you to bring him back. But the river roared in response, a deafening roar that swallowed her words whole. The salmon flickered just beneath the surface, tantalizingly close yet impossibly far away. I could see it, the wisdom in its eyes, the weight of the world reflected back at us, but it was not ours to grasp. In this world, nothing comes without a price, Owen murmured, almost to himself, as he stepped closer to Bridget. There was a rawness to his voice, a pain that cut deep, wrapped in layers of unspoken love and regret. You cannot barter grief for joy. The river takes as much as it gives. But Bridget was lost in the tempest of her own heart. I don't care. I would give anything. I would sacrifice my soul if it meant bringing him back. There was a wildness in her, a fierce, untamed spirit that made the storm pale in comparison. The salmon twisted beneath the wave, and for a moment, I thought I saw it hesitate, a flicker of recognition in its eyes, a glimmer of understanding. But then it dove deeper, leaving us to wrestle with our own despair. The storm raged on, relentless, a mirror of the tempest within us. With every breath I took, I felt the tension mount, the air thick with unspoken words, the weight of our choices pressing down like the sky itself. Time spiraled, and the cosmos whirled in a dance of fate and longing. We were all trapped in this moment, lost souls chasing shadows, clinging to the hope that some ancient wisdom could save us. And then, just as suddenly, silence fell. The storm held its breath, the river stilled, and in that stillness, I remembered. I remembered the tales whispered in half-light, the haunting beauty of their weight. I remembered the price we were all willing to pay for love, for joy, for the fragments of what once was. But the river surged again, the darkness swirling, shadows lurking just out of sight. The salmon had slipped away, and we were left standing, two souls entangled in grief, a love unspoken hanging heavy between us, while the world continued its relentless march forward. And there, in the silence, as the echoes of longing filled the air, I understood the story was far from over. The river would continue to flow, time would weave its intricate dance, and we would forever be bound to its depths. In the end, it wasn't the salmon we sought, it was ourselves, reflected in the shimmering waters, forever changed by the quest for knowledge and the transformative power of love. The air was heavy with dread, a suffocating shroud that clung to the skin like a second layer of flesh. I trembled, caught in the throes of an unseen force, a chilling whisper that threaded through the cracks of my mind. Behind me, the ancient stone steps led to the underworld, their jagged edges slick with the memories of those who had ventured before, never to return. My breath hitched in my throat, a sharp gasp that echoed in the silence, and I could feel it gathering, something profound, something dark. I wasn't alone. Eli stood beside me, his eyes wide, reflecting the flickering torchlight that barely penetrated the shadows. "What if they come for us?" His voice was a thin wisp of sound, laced with fear and a hint of something deeper, regret? Anger? I saw it flicker behind his gaze, the weight of choices unmade and paths forsaken. I reached out, my fingers brushing against his arm, grounding us both in the moment as the chilling thought slithered through the air. Chthonic beasts lurked beneath, waiting to feast on our indecision. Then, from the corner of my vision, a movement. A flicker of scales or a shadow twisting against the stone walls. I swallowed hard, heart pounding, as the realization gripped me. I had always wanted to escape the mundane, the suffocating normalcy of our lives in that crumbling city, but never had I imagined this, a descent into the horrors that writhed below. I remembered the stories we'd heard as children, the warnings echoing through the halls of dusty libraries and crumbling homes, beware the beasts that feast on the foolish. And here we stood, two foolish souls on the edge of oblivion. "Let's go back," I whispered, my voice trembling like a leaf in a storm. Eli shook his head, determination etched in the lines of his face. "No. We can't. Not now. Not after everything." I could feel the pulse of his resolve against the backdrop of my own uncertainty. The ghosts of our pasts loomed large, each a haunting reminder of failed dreams and broken promises. My heart ached for the boy I once was, the one who believed that adventure could wash away pain. In that moment, the ground shifted beneath us, a low rumble that seemed to respond to our inner turmoil. It was as if the underworld itself was alive, breathing, waiting for us to succumb to our fears. My eyes darted toward the darkness, fingers trembling, and I could almost hear their growls echoing through the stone corridors, a throaty sound filled with hunger, an appetite for despair. "Do you remember?" I started, the question slipping out before I could stop myself. "The day we dared each other to jump off the roof." Eli's expression softened, the tension easing for just a moment. "You mean the day I nearly broke my leg?" "Yeah, I remember." His laugh was brittle, a thin veneer over the fear. "You didn't jump, you just stood there, frozen like a deer in headlights." "I remember, but I was terrified." I rolled my shoulders back, the memory burning as bright as the torchlight flickering around us. I wanted to be brave. I wanted to be someone else, someone who wasn't afraid. The truth hung heavy between us, binding us in an unspoken pact of vulnerability. Eli's eyes flickered, and I could see the churning of his own longing, to escape, to be more than what the world forced us to be. "What if this is our chance?" he said, his voice trembling with something akin to hope. "What if we can face them? Conquer our fears?" But the question lingered in the air, suspended like dust motes in a sunbeam. The shadows danced, and I closed my eyes, envisioning the beasts that prowled the depths, creatures of darkness with gnashing teeth and hearts as cold as the stone beneath our feet. Then came the plodding footsteps, slow and deliberate, echoing through the silence with a metronomic certainty. Each step was a heartbeat, a promise that what lay ahead was no mere shadow of a nightmare, but the very essence of our fears come to life. I grasped Eli's hand tightly, our fingers interlocking like a lifeline, and together we took a step forward, the air electric with tension. The world flickered as if caught in a strobe light, and suddenly, we were not just two scared souls, we were warriors, bearing our scars like badges of honor, ready to confront the chthonic beasts of our own making. I felt the surge of adrenaline, a wild rush that drowned out the fear, echoing in my ears. "We've made it this far," I said, my voice stronger now, resonating through the darkness. "We won't stop here." Through the darkness, we pushed forward, the walls closing in as if the very cavern was alive, watching and waiting. I could sense the beasts, their presence tangible, lurking just out of sight, feeding on our trepidation, our doubts. What if we can't face them? Eli's voice was small, barely a whisper against the cacophony of our pounding hearts. "Then we'll fight," I replied, the words like fire in my veins. "We'll fight because we have to. Because we deserve to be free." And then, in the distance, a flicker, a pair of eyes, glowing like embers in the deep. My breath caught, a sharp gasp that stung the back of my throat. We stood at the precipice of something vast, something ancient and terrifying. The beasts were here, woven into the fabric of our fears, ready to expose our vulnerabilities and tear us asunder. But in that moment of horror, as raw and visceral as the abyss itself, I realized this wasn't just about facing the beasts of the underworld. This was about facing ourselves. The fight began not against the darkness lurking in the shadows, but against the shadows that clawed at the corners of our hearts. And as the beasts growled, a primal symphony resonating through the cave, I felt the weight of my past and the promise of my future collide. "Let's go," I said, and together we stepped into the dark, knowing that the only way out was through. Our journey, and the horrifying beauty of what lay ahead, was just beginning. The air was thick with tension, a heavy silence pressing down on the night like a veil, suffocating and dark. I stood there, heart racing, breath caught in my throat, under the ancient gnarled oak where shadows flickered and danced with an otherworldly grace. It was the hour when the world held its breath, waiting, watching, the moment when light succumbed to the encroaching darkness. That was when I heard it. A haunting hoot, echoing through the stillness, a sound that pierced the night like a shard of glass, awakening something deep within me. It felt like a summons, a call to confront the ghosts of my past, lurking just beyond the edge of the trees. I remember the first time I encountered the owl, perched high on its throne of branches, eyes glowing like molten gold against the backdrop of endless night. I had come searching for answers, for clarity in the chaos of my life. But all I found was the weight of my own regrets, slithering through the darkness like serpents, whispering of choices unmade, paths untaken. The owl had watched me, wise and silent, a guardian suspended between realms, a creature of the night holding secrets known only to the stars. Across the clearing stood Clara, her face pale and drawn, lips pressed together in a grim line. She was a storm trapped in a fragile shell, battling her own demons, and I could see it reflected in her glassy eyes. The owl was her totem, too, a silent witness to the battles we both fought but would never fully articulate. I knew she had come seeking solace, but all she found was the echo of our shared history, the burden of our intertwined fates. The more I stared into her eyes, the more I saw the shadows twisting behind her, love lost, friendship shattered, the weight of expectations pressing down like a fog. "Do you hear it?" she whispered, voice trembling. "The owl. It's watching us." I nodded, knowing the truth in her words. We were both lost souls, flickering flames in a tempest, caught in a web of choices that had tangled us together. The owl, with its piercing gaze, seemed to know everything about us, our flaws, our fears, our unspoken desires, and it bore witness to our heartbreak. Clara's hands clenched into fists, an instinctive reaction, her vulnerability cloaked in defiance. "It's a sign," she said, determination in her voice, though it wavered. "We have to confront this. We can't keep running." The words hung in the air, a delicate thread weaving through the dark tapestry of the night. I felt my heart constrict, torn between the impulse to flee and the need to face what lay ahead. The past clawed at me, demanding attention, and the whisper of the owl urged me forward. I glanced back, and there it was, a fleeting shadow slipping through the trees, a reminder of the choices we'd made, the paths we hadn't taken, the friendship we had almost lost. Just like the owl, I murmured, more to myself than to Clara. "Wise but always alone." She flinched, the truth cutting through her bravado. I was reminded of the night I'd first recognized the weight of my own solitude, the crushing despair that settled like a shroud around me. I had chosen to isolate myself, to bury my emotions beneath layers of sarcasm and bravado, but sitting there, under the watchful eye of the owl, I could no longer pretend. I wish I could go back, Clara confessed, her voice softening, cracking like fragile porcelain. I wish I could change everything. I wanted to reach out, to tell her that I felt the same, that regret was a bitter pill we both swallowed. But the words lodged in my throat, heavy and unyielding. Instead, I stood in the dim light, feeling as if the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting for us to choose. The owl's call echoed again, longer this time, a haunting note that reverberated in the marrow of my bones. It was a reminder that the night was alive, that we were not alone, but it felt like a cruel joke, a taunt that danced just out of reach. Suddenly, the air shifted, electric with anticipation. The shadows thickened, swirling around us in a dizzying embrace, and I felt Clara's hand clutch mine, her grip fierce and unyielding. "We need to face it," she insisted, voice trembling yet resolute. "Face what we've become." The words ignited something within me, a flicker of hope battling against the encroaching darkness. I thought of the owls, guardians of wisdom, creatures that navigated the inky blackness with grace and clarity. They saw what others could not, understood the delicate balance between night and day. Clara was right. We could choose to hide, or we could confront the truths that hovered like ghosts at the edges of our existence. Together, I breathed, the word a fragile promise hanging between us, a bridge across the chasm of our fears. In that moment, the night deepened, swallowing the last remnants of light, and it felt as if the very universe was shifting beneath our feet. The call of the owl echoed again, a mournful yet powerful symphony that wrapped around us like an embrace. And as we stood together, two broken souls in a world of shadows, the weight of our decisions pressed down like a storm, fierce and unrelenting. The trees whispered secrets, rustling leaves like hushed voices, and I felt the cold grip of fear entwined with the warmth of hope. We were poised on the precipice of a confrontation, facing the inevitable, the unresolved. It was only a matter of time before the past would demand its due, and I knew, deep in my bones, that the owl would bear witness. Time stretched, wrapping around us like a shroud. I could feel the heartbeat of the night, the rhythm of our intertwined destinies pulsing along with it. And with that haunting hoot echoing in my ears, I realized this was not just a moment, it was a reckoning. In the face of the owl, we were not just seeking wisdom, we were seeking absolution in the night. Together, we took a step forward, the darkness inviting us in, as if to say, "You are not alone." I remember a night shadowed in an uneasy stillness, when the air hung thick with something unsaid, something waiting. The village lay cloaked in darkness, and the distant sound of hooves echoed. Could it be? My heart thudded in my chest, it felt like a portent. The moon hung low, casting its pale glow over the rolling hills, where whispers of ancient magic lingered. Shadows danced as if they had a mind of their own, teasing the edges of reality. The unicorn, they said, was on the prowl. A figure moved through the mist, a silhouette against the backdrop of trees, every step echoing like a heartbeat in the silence. This was Eloan, a woman with hair like spun silver and eyes that caught the light in a way that seemed otherworldly. She lived in the space between joy and despair, a keeper of secrets, a bearer of pain. She sought the unicorn, driven by a longing deep within her, a yearning that clawed at her insides like a hungry wolf. The creature was said to grant a wish, to heal the brokenness of the heart. But wishes carried weight, burdens tacked onto fragile souls. "Where are you?" she murmured, her voice trembling with a mixture of hope and terror, each syllable a prayer, a curse. The chilling wind seemed to answer, swirling leaves around her like a raucous dance of forgotten dreams. I could see it in her eyes, the flicker of old memories, the ghost of a love lost, the ache that had become her constant companion. Then there was Brogan, a man hardened by life, his heart encased in iron forged by betrayal. He hunted for the unicorn, too, although his reasons were darker. He sought revenge, a vengeance that twisted his soul and left him hollow. Night after night, the shadows whispered his name, each one a reminder of the past he could not escape. He believed the unicorn could lead him to the answers he sought, to the one who had wronged him, to the life he had lost. As Eloan and Brogan's paths entwined, the air crackled with tension, the space between them charged with unspoken words. She felt his anger like a storm brewing, while he sensed the flicker of compassion in her gaze, a light he hadn't seen in years. I remember when I believed in magic, she confessed one night, her voice soft yet fierce, when I thought love could conquer all. The tears threatened to spill, shimmering like dew in the light of the moon. But now, it feels like a curse. Brogan's eyes narrowed, the weight of his own truth heavy on his shoulders. He scoffed, masking his pain with sarcasm. Love? It's but a joke played on fools. Yet, beneath their banter, the air thickened with a shared understanding, a joint lament for what had been lost. They stood at the precipice of something larger than themselves, their lives woven together in a tapestry of heartbreak and hope. Behind them, the shadows loomed, watching, waiting. The forest grew darker, the trees curling like skeletal fingers toward the sky. Flickering candles dotted the landscape, illuminating the path ahead, a path lined with crushed petals of dreams long forgotten. Eloan stepped forward, her heart racing, the thrill of the unknown sparking a fire in her chest. Could the unicorn be real? Could it truly heal her wounds? But the unicorn was not simply a beast of beauty, it was a creature of the cosmos, embodying the dreams and the nightmares of those who sought it. The legend spoke of its horn, a spiral of silver and white that could purify the darkest of souls. Yet it came at a price. With each wish granted, the balance shifted, and shadows grew restless. Do you even believe in the stories anymore? Brogan's voice cut through the stillness, rich with irony. The unicorn is just a myth, a tale to keep children in line. No, Eloan breathed, a spark igniting in her chest. It's a symbol of what we can be, of what we can reclaim. She stepped closer, the distance narrowing, their breaths mingling in the cold night air. We can change our fate, can't we? At that moment, the woods around them trembled, and the ground pulsed with an energy that both terrified and exhilarated. Eloan's heart raced, a visceral reminder that they stood on the edge of something monumental. The whispers grew louder, and the trees began to sway, as if caught in a dance of their own. And then, on the cusp of the clearing, the unicorn appeared, its coat glistening like moonlight on water. It stood regal, fierce, a living embodiment of all that was possible and all that was lost, a creature of dreams, a spectre of hope. But with the creature came the shadows, dark tendrils creeping from the corners of the forest, hungry for those who dared seek the light. Brogan felt the chill seep into his bones, a stark reminder of the darkness he had courted for so long. What do we do? He whispered, his bravado fading into something much more fragile. Fight, Eloan replied, a fierce glint in her eyes. It was a battle not just against the shadows, but against their own demons, their pasts, the ghosts that haunted them. The air crackled with tension as the unicorn watched, its gaze piercing through their souls, demanding courage. I felt it then, the weight of a choice hanging heavily in the air. Their fates intertwined in a way that felt inevitable, the lines of their lives blurring under the weight of their emotions. They were not just hunting the unicorn, they were hunting for redemption, for healing, and for a chance to reclaim the light within themselves. And as the shadows closed in, I knew that this moment would echo through time, reverberating into the very core of their beings. The confrontation loomed ahead, a tempest brewing, and the night was pregnant with possibility. The echoes of their heartbeats blended with the rustle of leaves, as they prepared to face whatever lay ahead, united in their struggle against the darkness that threatened to consume them. In that fleeting instant, they became more than mere seekers, they became warriors of hope, battling for their right to exist, to dream, and to believe once more. The forest holds its breath, stirring only when the distant echo of a horn shatters the stillness, calling out through the dense thicket. I stand there, heart pounding, the bark of the trees looming like ancient sentinels. Each pulse reverberates in my ears, a reminder that the wild is alive, vibrant and hungry. Shadows weave through the underbrush, whispering secrets I dare not comprehend. I remember the way the moonlight spills like silver across the ground, a patchwork quilt stitched by hands long forgotten. In the thicket, I see him, the horned god, Sir Nunnos. His antlers rise like the sprawling branches of the ancient oaks, twisting and curling, a crown forged in the fires of old myth. There's an intensity in his gaze, a wildness that pulls at something deep within me. I remember the tales, the songs, each word a spell, binding me to this moment. The air crackles, a storm of emotion, fierce and raw. Beside me, Mara tenses, her fingers twitching at her sides. Her breath comes shallow, uneven. She's a wild thing herself, with a heart that beats in time with the rhythm of the earth. But tonight? Tonight, fear dances in her eyes, and it's contagious. I remember how she once laughed, a sound like bells ringing until the darkness swallowed it whole. "Do you hear that?" she whispers, voice trembling like a fragile branch in the wind. "Yes," I reply, though my voice feels foreign, lost among the rustle of leaves. The branches seem to lean in, eavesdropping, drawing close to the tension that brews between us. I know she feels it too, the weight of the forest, the pulse of something ancient stirring. A rustle. A crack. The sound of hooves pounding against the earth, feral and untamed, the air thickens with anticipation. My heart races in tandem, mirroring the frantic beat of nature itself. Mara's hand grips my arm, nails digging in, grounding me in the chaos. "We shouldn't be here," she breathes, fear and yearning mixing in her voice. Her eyes dart toward the shadows, seeking comfort in my presence, though we both know the truth, we're trapped in this moment together, drawn in by something we barely understand. And then, as if summoned by our fear, the beasts emerge. Deer, sleek and glistening, eyes wide and wild, as if they've seen the edge of the abyss and lived to tell the tale. Wolves slink through the underbrush, their growls a haunting harmony, tongues flicking out to taste the air thick with dread. A stag, regal and imposing, commands the space, its antlers a reflection of Sir Nunnos himself, an embodiment of nature's fierce beauty. Why are they here? Mara's words slice through the tension, filled with urgency, confusion clawing at the edges of her resolve. Why now? The world seems to spin on its axis. Time bends and stretches, memories flickering like shadows at the corners of my mind. I think of the stories, the rituals, the sacrifices, each tale soaked in blood and reverence. I remember the way the villagers would gather under the full moon, casting their hopes and fears into the shadows, praying for guidance from the horned god and his companions. But those tales were woven with a kind of arrogance, a belief that we stood above the wild, that we could control it. I chuckled bitterly, how foolish we were to think ourselves masters of this untamed heart. The forest is alive, and we are merely trespassers. I feel the weight of the world looming, a cosmic joke playing out under the vast, indifferent sky. "Look!" Mara gasps, pointing, her voice barely a whisper as the horned god shifts, his form blurring at the edges. He seems to breathe in the night, drawing energy from the shadows, an embodiment of nature's fury. I feel the pull, the call of the wild, urging us closer, closer. But fear is a bitter poison, and I can't shake it off. I remember my mother's stories of the forest, how it was said that those who wandered too far would lose themselves to the wild, swallowed whole by the spirits of the earth. I look at Mara, her face a canvas of emotions, fear, wonder, longing. I know she feels it too, the allure of the unknown, the promise of liberation hidden in the chaos. And then, a howl. A chorus rises, echoing through the trees, wailing, primal, a call to arms. My pulse quickens, thunderous in the silence, drowning out the sound of reason. Sir Nunnos stands before us, a majestic figure carved from the very essence of the earth, the sky, the stars. Do you feel that? I ask, voice trembling, the air electric with unspoken fears and desires. It's calling to us. Yes, Mara replies, a flicker of determination igniting in her gaze. It's a choice, isn't it? To surrender to the wild or resist. The tension thickens, coiling around us like the tendrils of ivy, each heartbeat resonating with the ancient song of the forest. The horned god watches, inscrutable, a guardian of this sacred chaos. His animal companions swirl around him, a dance of instinct and instinctual grace, embodying the very spirit of the earth itself. I remember my own dreams, the whispers of the night that beckon me closer to the edge, urging me to leap, to trust. But what lies beyond? I glance at Mara, her spirit flickering like a candle in the wind, fragile yet fierce. In this moment, I am torn, heart clashing against the walls of my own fear, as the echoes of the wild drown out the cacophony of reason. And so, we stand at the precipice of an ancient choice, the tension hanging thick in the air, alive with the electric promise of the unknown. The horned god waits, a spectre of wild abandon, a mirror reflecting our deepest selves. We are caught in a web of desires and fears, and as the shadows loom closer, I can't help but wonder, what will it cost us to embrace the wild? The world spins on, the night heavy with unspoken possibilities, and we are but players in this ancient dance, teetering on the edge of surrender. The wind howled through the trees in a frantic dance, ripping branches from their homes as twilight draped the world in shadows. Here, in the heart of the haunted woods, a breathless silence breathed, a pregnant pause before chaos. I stood there, heart racing, a single thought echoing through my mind: we shouldn't be here. But the scent of the fairy pigs lured us deeper, an intoxicating aroma of wild magic and something sharper, a metallic edge that tasted like fear. Just one more step, Clara, Julian whispered, his voice barely cutting through the thick, oily fog that clung to us like a shroud. His eyes, wide and glistening, reflected every flicker of moonlight, hope mingled with dread, a tempest brewing behind those dark lashes. Think of the bounty. With every word, he pulled me closer to the brink of something I couldn't name. I remember the stories, the warnings that curled like smoke around our village, tales of pigs with wings adorned in shimmering emeralds, flitting through the trees like lost souls. But the tales twisted, morphed into nightmares that seeped into my dreams. I could still hear the old crone's voice, cracking like dried twigs: the pigs give, but they will take their due. They feast on folly and greed. Julian's grip tightened around my wrist, dragging me toward the heart of the woods, where the air pulsed with an electric charge, where the trees whispered secrets that made my spine tingle. If we find them, Clara, we can change everything. We can leave this place behind. His desperation hung between us, a palpable thread that connected dreams and darkness. Every step felt like an act of betrayal. I wanted to believe in the fairy pigs, to lose myself in the promise of riches and adventure. But deep within, a gnawing fear gnawed at my resolve, a whisper that cautioned against the allure of enchantment. The woods closed in around us, branches clawing at my clothing, snagging my resolve. Julian, wait! I pulled back, the weight of his ambition clashing against my trembling heart. What if they're not what we think they are? What if they're traps? The moon hung above us, a cold witness to our folly, its silver light casting jagged shadows that danced like specters at the edge of my vision. He turned to me, frustration etched in the lines of his brow, a boy clinging to the edges of a fading dream. You're scared, I get it. But this is everything we've ever wanted. We can't turn back now. His voice cracked, and for a moment, I saw the boy he used to be, all bright-eyed and hopeful, before the world taught him that dreams come with a price, often steep, often cruel. But this was not a fairy tale. I could feel it in my bones, the air thick with something sinister, an undercurrent of malice that made the hairs on my arms stand at attention. Sometimes, things that glitter don't shine. Sometimes, I hesitated, the weight of the past choking me. They're just deceivers, waiting to turn us into fools. A rustle echoed in the distance, a sound so out of place, sharp against the dull thrum of the night. My heart stuttered, a violent beat of fear. Did you hear that? I whispered, my voice barely a tremor, afraid that the trees themselves might listen. Julian's bravado faltered, eyes darting, the illusion of control slipping from his fingers. It's just the wind, he said, but his voice held a tremor that betrayed him. Come on. I took a step, but my feet were rooted in place, riddled with doubt, the forest twisted around us, alive and hungry. The stories echoed louder, each word a ghost that haunted my thoughts. They'll take your heart, leave you hollow. They'll feast on your desires. Desires? What did we truly want? Was it just riches, or was it escape from our mundane lives, the chains of expectations that bound us to every breath? A shadow flickered at the edge of my vision, a glimpse of something ethereal, and then it was gone, just a trick of the light, or perhaps a glimpse of the thing we sought. I could feel it now, a heartbeat pulsing beneath the roots and soil, a thundering pulse of something ancient, something feral. Clara, please! Julian's voice broke through my fog of fear. We have to move. He pulled me forward, his desperation igniting a fire in my chest. I followed, but my eyes were wide, scanning the dark, searching for signs of the fairy pigs. Then, in an eerie hush, we stumbled into a clearing, a vast space that opened like a wound under the night sky. And there, glimmering in the pale moonlight, were the pigs. But they weren't just creatures. They were art, woven from starlight and shadow, with wings that flickered like dying embers. Their eyes glowed, pools of deep knowing that seemed to pierce straight through the veil of our souls. "Look!" Julian breathed, all replacing his fear, but suddenly the air tasted bitter, thick with something like regret. As if the ground shifted beneath us, I felt the weight of the moment pressing down, squeezing my heart. They were beautiful, yes, but also terrifying, like a truth we were not yet ready to face. And then the pigs began to speak, not with words, but with a resonance that vibrated through the earth. It was a warning, a whisper of what was to come. I remember the feeling of my world collapsing, the realization that dreams don't always spark joy, sometimes they ignite shadows that consume you whole. "Clara," Julian's voice trembled, a plea for clarity as the pigs circled us, their wings fanning ethereal light. I wanted to scream, to grab him and run, but we were ensnared by the vision, gripped by the beauty and the horror entwined. And so, we stood, frozen in time, our breaths mingling with the magic, hearts racing against the dark tide. What would we sacrifice for a fleeting moment of wonder? What price would we pay? The pigs closed in, shadows stretching long, and in that moment of impending fate, I understood, the fairy pigs, those mystical beasts, were not merely promises of bounty, they were the harbingers of our own desires, reflective mirrors of our deepest fears. And as the night thickened, I knew we were just at the beginning, suspended in the grip of an unfolding nightmare, our choices echoing through the darkness, each heartbeat a countdown to the unknown. The howl cut through the suffocating silence like a blade. It hung in the air, lingering, reverberating off the ancient trees that stood sentinel in the moonlight. I stood frozen, the chill of the night wrapping around me like a shroud, my heart pounding in my chest, thump, thump, thump. Some say fear ignites courage, others say it paralyzes. In this moment, I felt both, a wretched cocktail of dread and bravery coursing through my veins. But I wasn't alone. Nearby, Ruslan, his eyes wide and wild, grasped the hilt of his sword, knuckles white. "Did you hear that?" His voice was a mere whisper, as if the very trees could be listening. The woods felt alive, brimming with unseen dangers, shadows creeping along the underbrush, their intentions as dark as the night sky. I could see the tension coiling in Ruslan's shoulders, a tightly wound spring, ready to snap. Then there was Lyra, standing just behind him, her hands trembling as she clutched a small, makeshift talisman she wore around her neck, an ancient charm painted with symbols long forgotten. "We can't let it get closer," she breathed, her voice breaking, glancing back toward the path we had come. The weight of the forest bore down on us, an oppressive force, and I could see the glistening beads of sweat on her brow. She was the heart of our small band, but tonight, that heart felt fragile, as if it might shatter under the pressure of our fear. A rustling broke the silence, branches snapping underfoot, and we turned, breath caught in our throats. Shadows writhed, and I could hear my own heartbeat screaming in my ears. What was out there? What hunted us? The forest was not merely our sanctuary, it was our prison, and we were its unwilling prisoners. "Stay close," I murmured, though I felt a quiver in my voice that betrayed my own courage. As we pressed deeper into the underbrush, moonlight flickered through the canopy, illuminating fleeting glimpses of the forest floor, tangled roots like skeletal fingers reaching for us, and patches of mist that swirled and danced, mocking our every step. I remember how the stories spoke of the Rebna, guardians of the wild, protectors of the sacred balance. Beasts and men alike feared them, revered them. But now, I wondered, were they watching us? Or had they turned their backs, leaving us to the mercy of whatever lurked in the dark? Ruslan's voice broke through the fog of my thoughts. "Kira, we have to go back." His eyes darted toward the path, the way we had come seeming to shrink under the weight of the night. I could see the doubt shrouding his resolve. It gnawed at him, just as it gnawed at me. Every instinct screamed that we should turn back, but I couldn't shake the vision of our home, the village now so far away, its warmth and laughter replaced by this suffocating darkness. No, I shook my head, my resolve hardening like steel. We can't. Not when we're this close. The words felt like a vow, a promise to the trees that guarded our fate. The Rebna protect this land, Ruslan. We must trust that. But then a shriek pierced the air, raw and ragged, echoing through the trees, sending tendrils of fear wrapping around my heart. The sound clawed at my insides, a visceral reminder of what we were up against. I could see Lyra stumble, her eyes wide with terror. That's not a beast. She pressed the talisman to her heart as if it could shield her from the horrors we faced. Rage surged within me, rage against the fear, against the unknown. We don't have a choice. I shouted, though even I felt the tremor in my voice, the uncertainty creeping back in. The forest felt alive, every whisper of wind and rustle of leaves a reminder that we were intruders in this wild, sacred place. Time stretched, the seconds crawling like shadows, dragging us deeper into despair. We're running out of time, Ruslan urged, his voice a low growl, yet I could see it, his reluctance, the flicker of doubt that threatened to consume him. He looked to Lyra, who was frozen, staring into the dark, searching for something, maybe a sign. Perhaps she hoped the trees would speak, would offer guidance like they did in the tales. But the only response was silence, oppressive and heavy. I remember, I whispered, the words escaping like smoke, the stories, the legends of the Rebna. They protect what is sacred. My heart raced as I recalled the tales of the guardians who roamed the woods, fierce yet compassionate, wild yet wise. If we don't seek them, who will? If we turn back now, the thought hung in the air, laden with the weight of our choices. The night air thickened, and I could feel something watching, lurking just beyond the reach of the moonlight. I could almost see the Rebna, their ethereal forms fleeting glimpses between trees, cloaked in shadows but illuminated by an otherworldly glow. I wanted to believe they were there, looming protectively over us, ready to ensnare whatever hunted us. And then came the sound again, a low growl that rumbled through the earth, vibrating in my bones. It was close. Too close. I turned, heart racing, and saw something shifting, something primal lurking just beyond the veil of darkness. The air thickened with dread, and I felt the weight of our impending doom, the raw emotion clawing at my throat. Stay together! I shouted, suddenly feeling the need to anchor us all. But even I wasn't sure how much longer we could hold on. The forest felt like a living entity, breathing around us, and I could sense the heartbeat of the night, echoing our own. And in that moment, amid the shadows and the growls, we were united, not just by fear but by something deeper. Something ancient. Something that whispered of guardians and wildness. The forest held its breath, and so did we, waiting for the inevitable clash, for the truth that would shatter our peace and reveal whatever lay hidden beneath the moonlight. In that moment before the storm broke, I could feel the threads of fate weaving tighter around us, binding us to the spirits of the Rebna, the guardians of the forests, the protectors of the wild. We were ready or not, it didn't matter. The night was alive, and so were we, pulsing with the raw emotion of what it meant to be lost, to be hunted, and to face the darkness together. The wind howled like a banshee, thrashing against the ancient stones of the standing circle, each gust carrying whispers of souls lost to the ages. I stood in the darkness, heart pounding, where shadows danced with a life of their own. The moon hung low, a silver sentinel, casting ghostly light that played tricks on the mind, twisting every half-formed image into something monstrous. Fear clutched at my throat, tight and unrelenting, as if the very essence of the night sought to suffocate the living. I remember the first time I saw the Botha. That night, the air thick with an unspeakable tension, the trees trembled under the weight of their secrets. It was Aemon who first sensed their presence, his face pale, eyes wide, like the deer caught in the hunter's sight. "They're here," he rasped, grasping my arm with fingers like iron. "They've come for us." Aemon, ever the skeptic, now a trembling figure of dread. I had laughed at his stories of Celtic spirit beasts, creatures said to roam the thin veil between worlds, guardians of the forgotten and the lost. But in that moment, as the shadows called around us, I believed. The weight of his fear sank into the marrow of my bones. And then there was Maeve. It was her laughter that first drew me into this tangle of fate, bright and buoyant, echoing like wind chimes on a summer's day. But tonight, as she stood beside us, her laughter was swallowed by the cold grasp of night. Her hand shook, memories of another time spiraling in her gaze, an old wound that had never healed. "We can't stay here," she said, voice barely a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might awaken something vile. "They will take us." In the heart of the forest, we were the hunted. I could hear the pulse of the earth beneath my feet, a rhythm that matched my own frantic heart. Memories flooded in, uninvited, of days spent traipsing through the wild, careless and carefree, those precious moments now eclipsed by the darkness stalking us. The Botha, spirit beasts that lived in the marrow of our folklore, hungry for something we could not name, something deep within our souls. I remember the stories my grandmother told me, her voice a soft melody against the crackle of the hearth. They walk the Botha, the path of the spirit, waiting to guide the lost, she whispered, eyes shimmering like embers. They can take you to the other side, but you must be worthy. You must confront your truth. But what truth could we possibly face in the depths of this nightmare? Amon's guilt hung heavy in the air, a spectre of his past, the shadow of a brother he had lost in a reckless attempt to prove his bravery. And Maeve, the weight of her grief was a tangible thing, a boulder lodged in her throat since the day she lost her mother to that merciless disease, her laughter now a ghost of what it once was. "Do you hear them?" Amon's voice trembled, pulling me from my thoughts. "They sing." And they did. The sound was both haunting and beautiful, a lullaby that beckoned us deeper into the woods. I felt my heart respond, a moth drawn to a flame. It was a melody steeped in sorrow, weaving through the trees like smoke, wrapping around my mind until reality began to fray. The path before us twisted and turned, illusions of safety lingering just out of reach. With every step, my own memories clawed their way to the surface. I remember the night my father disappeared, leaving only a letter, a promise broken, a life shattered. I felt the weight of it now, an anchor dragging me down into the depths of despair. Suddenly, standing with Amon and Maeve, I was a child again, lost and afraid. "We have to keep moving," I urged, my voice fierce, fueled by desperation. "We can't let them catch us." My heart raced, a wild stallion, as we stumbled through the underbrush. Shadows flickered, growing, twisting into grotesque shapes, and every rustle of the leaves sent jolts of terror skittering across my skin. They were close, too close. The Botha thrummed at the edges of my consciousness, ancient and knowing. "Are we worthy?" Maeve's voice broke the stillness, fear and hope mingling in her words. "What if they come not to guide us, but to take?" Her eyes shone with unshed tears, and in that moment, I knew. We were all worthy in our flaws, in our scars. But the Botha demanded truth, and the truth was buried deep within our souls, tangled in the roots of our fears. "Maybe it's not about worthiness," I said, the conviction growing in my chest. "Maybe it's about facing the darkness together." And then Amon gasped, his gaze fixed on a figure emerging from the shadows, the Botha. Its form shifted like mist in the moonlight, a creature of ethereal beauty and terror. It was a tapestry of lost memories, woven together with threads of anguish and longing. "Stay back!" I shouted, but it was too late. The beast moved with a power that was undeniable, weaving through the night, each breath it took sending chills through the air. It was both a comfort and a threat, a reminder of all we had lost and all we had yet to confront. As it drew closer, I felt the weight of the world pressing down. Each heartbeat resonated with the song of the Botha, a melody of despair and hope, a haunting lullaby that echoed deep within my chest. In that moment, as the creature locked its gaze with mine, I understood. It wasn't here to destroy us. It was here to lead us home, to confront the darkness we carried. We were the lost souls, and this was only the beginning. The boundaries of light and darkness blurred as we stood there, trembling yet defiant, caught in a web of fate and fear. The Botha beckoned us to step forward, to embrace our haunting truths, and I knew this was a threshold we could not turn away from. And as the night deepened, with shadows swirling like a tempest, the air thick with the promise of reckoning, we took a collective breath, ready to face what lay ahead, ready to break the cycle of despair. The song of the Botha echoed through the trees, a resonance of ancient power, calling, warning, guiding. No conclusions. No endings. Only the relentless pull of the night, and the promise of shadows yet to be faced. The wind howled through the narrow streets of the village, a banshee's wail that chilled the bones. I stood at the edge of the water, heart thundering in my chest, the crashing waves below like the roar of a monster awakening. Shadows danced against the jagged rocks, flickering with the promise of the unspeakable. My friends, Rowan and Elspeth, clung to each other, their faces pale as the moonlight washed over us, illuminating the dread in their eyes. "I can't shake the feeling," Rowan said, voice barely above a whisper, "that something's coming." His fingers trembled as he pointed to the horizon, where the sky met the sea in a velvety darkness. It was a night steeped in legend. The tales of the Nakalevi, the creature of nightmares, a grotesque fusion of horse and man, skinless and glistening, a horror of both sea and land, had haunted our childhoods. "It's just a story," I said, but the words felt like brittle leaves underfoot. I could hear the echoes of laughter from our youth, the bravado of boys daring each other to summon the creature, the fearful gasps of girls who believed in omens. But now, the air crackled with a tension that felt all too real. The shoreline shimmered, a premonition draped in silken shadows. Elspeth's sapphire eyes were wide, reflecting the uncertainty that gnawed at her. "We shouldn't be here," she murmured, glancing back toward the village, where the comforting glow of lanterns flickered like distant stars. "We need to go now." Yet, something rooted me to the spot, an insatiable curiosity, a pulse of recklessness. I remembered the old tales, the lost sailors who returned mad with terror, the crops that withered under its gaze. I remembered how we used to laugh, thinking we were invincible, but deep down, a whisper of dread always lingered. "What if it's true?" I said, my voice thick with defiance. "What if we confront it?" Rowan's eyes flickered with fear, and I knew he was torn. He was ever the pragmatist, the one who calculated the odds before taking a leap. Elspeth, on the other hand, was the dreamer, her spirit wild like the untamed sea. "We can't," she insisted, her voice rising, and for a moment, the storm clouds above seemed to echo her tone, rumbling ominously, as if they were alive and listening. But I took a step toward the abyss, daring the darkness. "I have to know," I said, a reckless abandon coursing through my veins. "What if we're stronger than the fear? What if we can face it together?" I could see the conflict in Rowan's eyes, the weight of responsibility clashing with the thrill of the unknown. He was the one who would always remind us of the danger, grounding us, but tonight he was as lost as I was. Elspeth's courage was a flickering flame, and I felt drawn to it, desperate to share in its warmth. "Listen," I said, lowering my voice to a conspiratorial whisper, "there's strength in facing the darkness. If we go back now, we will always wonder, what if?" The wind howled in agreement, whipping through our hair, and as if summoned, a fog rolled in from the sea, thick and suffocating. The world around us dimmed, the comforting glow of the village swallowed by the creeping shadows. A shiver rippled through my spine. "Move!" I shouted, urgency spilling from my lips like the tide receding, dragging the courage from my heart. With one last glance back, we sprinted toward the water, hearts pounding as we crossed the threshold into the unknown. It felt like stepping into a dream where the laws of reality unraveled. Would we find the Nakalevi, or would we become its next victims? Each heartbeat echoed in my ears, the rhythm of fear and anticipation entwining like lovers in a dance. The fog thickened, wrapping around us like a shroud. Shapes began to emerge, distorted figures twisting in the mist. I couldn't tell if they were real or figments of our imagination, but I could feel the air grow heavy, pregnant with an ancient malice. "What is that?" Elspeth gasped, pointing ahead. Her voice trembled, a fragile note that cracked against the oppressive silence. And then I saw it, a silhouette against the moon, tall and grotesque. My blood turned to ice as I recognized the outline of the Nakalevi, its skin stretched tight over a skeletal frame, glistening like raw flesh. A twisted grin stretched across its face, mouths opening in agonizing laughter. It was as if the very essence of fear had taken form, and it was hungry. "Run!" Rowan screamed, his instinct for survival kicking in. But something held me in place, an unexplainable allure, a sick fascination. The creature was a reflection of all my fears, a mirror to the darkness that lived within me. I remembered the dreams where I'd float in the sea, weightless, free, only to be pulled under by unseen hands. This was it, a reckoning. Elspeth's scream pierced through the fog, a sound so raw it felt like a knife in my heart. I turned to see her stumble, her foot caught in the clutches of the creeping shadows. "Help me," she cried, panic lacing her voice as the darkness threatened to swallow her whole. In that instant, I felt a surge, a wild pulse of protectiveness surging through me. I sprinted forward, reaching for her hand, but the Nakalavi's laughter, it wrapped around me like chains, pulling me deeper into its lair of nightmares. We were not just facing a creature of legend but the very essence of our fears, sins, and regrets. In the swirling fog, time lost meaning. The waves crashed, but now they spoke of inevitability, a promise of despair. I remembered how often I had run from confrontation, how I had allowed fear to dictate my choices. "Rowan! Elspeth!" I shouted, my voice swallowed by the fog. The air felt electric, charged with the raw energy of the unknown. I didn't know what I would find, but I knew I couldn't turn back. The Nakalavi was more than a monster, it was our reckoning, and I could not escape its grasp. The shadows grew darker, the laughter more haunting. I could feel the weight of my decisions pressing down, the fear of failure curling like smoke in my lungs. And as the fog swirled around us, I realized that the battle was not against the creature in the night but the demons we carried within ourselves. The confrontation awaited, an emotional climax waiting to spill over into the abyss, where hope and despair danced together like lovers in a darkened room. The Nakalavi beckoned, daring us to confront not only it but the very essence of who we were. The dark was alive, and our hearts beat as one in the chilling promise of what lay ahead. The night was thick with a silence that felt alive, vibrating with the tension of a storm that never came. I stood in the moonlight, heart pounding, breath trembling like the wings of a trapped moth. Shadows danced across the fields, each one a whisper of lost dreams, of reckoning. The cattle lowed in a haunting harmony, their eyes glinting like shards of glass, reflecting a world teetering on the brink of something terrible. There, beneath the oppressive weight of the sky, the air crackled with unspoken fears. Marion, my sister, was crouched by the edge of the pasture, fingers digging into the earth as if seeking refuge in the soil itself. "They're coming," she murmured, her voice barely a breath, yet it cut through the stillness like a knife. I could see it in her wide eyes, fear that twisted her features, that made her look older than her 12 years. I remember, she started, clutching the pendant that hung around her neck, our mother's final gift, a heavy reminder of her absence. I remember how they took them last time. The crack of hooves on this soil. I can still hear it. I felt her words sink into me, knotting my stomach. The fairy cattle, their beauty, their strangeness, were both a blessing and a curse. If you were lucky, they brought prosperity, but if the shadows claimed them, they left more than just an empty pasture behind. They left a village haunted. A community divided by loss and the harrowing knowledge that some debts are not easily paid. Across the field, Thomas stood defiantly, wild curls framing his freckled face as he faced the darkening horizon. "We won't let them take our cattle again. I won't watch my father suffer like he did last winter." His fists clenched tight, knuckles white against the consuming darkness. He had always been the brave one, the protector. But there was a line between bravery and foolishness, a thin, fragile thread. The wind whispered secrets between us, and with it came the metallic scent of rain. I could feel the storm brewing, not just in the sky, but within us. "What would you risk for a beast?" I asked, my voice trembling with uncertainty. "How far would you go for a creature that could abandon you at a moment's notice?" Thomas turned, eyes fierce, and I saw a flash of vulnerability beneath his bravado. "It's not just a beast, it's our connection to everything that came before. Our ancestors whispered of them. They're part of us." He stepped forward, defiance etched into his every movement, and for a moment, I felt the weight of history pressing down on us, heavy as a crown. Marion's grip tightened on the earth. I could see her trembling as she recalled the tales, the way the fairy cattle would vanish under the light of the full moon, dancing in a rapture that left both envy and emptiness in its wake. I wanted to cradle her fear, shield her from the dark that loomed, but I could feel my own heart racing with the thrill of what the night might bring. I remember, she whispered again, voice trembling, the stories of those who went after them. What they lost. What they didn't bring back. Her eye sought out mine, desperate, pleading for reassurance. Yet, I could offer none. The air grew thick with electricity as shadows began to stretch, elongating, twisting into forms that were not their own. I shivered, feeling the weight of unseen eyes tracking us, the chill of something ancient and relentless. It felt like the night itself was holding its breath, waiting for our next move. Stay close, I said, my voice a thin thread of resolve. But what did I know of protection? I felt as fragile as the leaves that rustled in the wind, easily torn, easily broken. If the fairy cattle returned, what would they demand in exchange for their fleeting grace? Thomas broke the silence, a spark igniting in his gaze. We'll use the moonlight. It's the only way to keep them here, to tame their restless spirit. I watched him, his determination warring with the fear that gnawed at my insides. I wanted to laugh, to dismiss his bravado as childish folly, but the truth was simple and terrifying. I feared what we could not control. I feared the price we might pay. The sky crackled, and in that electric moment, I saw them, a shimmer, a flicker of silver in the darkness. The fairy cattle emerged, their eyes like pools of night, deep and unfathomable. They moved with a grace that defied nature, each hoofful a silent promise. I could feel the pulse of something otherworldly, a rhythm that sang through the air, echoing the long-lost songs of our ancestors. Look! Marion gasped, her fear momentarily forgotten as the beauty of the creatures entranced her. But I could see the darkness in their gaze. I remembered the stories, those who sought to claim the fairy cattle often paid with their souls. Step back, I warned, but the words came out too late. The moment hung, suspended in time. Marion stepped forward, drawn in by their haunting allure, her breath hitching in her throat. Don't! I screamed, but the sound was swallowed by the wind. I lunged, heart racing, but the space between us felt infinite, a chasm of fear and longing. Thomas reached out toward her, the shadows at his feet writhing, alive. Marion, come back! His voice cracked, and the weight of his desperation pulled me deeper into the nightmare. The fairy cattle turned their gaze toward her, and I knew then that something irrevocable had begun. The night held its breath, a silence thick as a shroud. Fear wrapped around me, a vice tightening with every heartbeat, every second ticking down to an inevitable confrontation. What would we sacrifice for the fairy cattle? What would we lose if we let them slip away once more into the night? Time stretched, and I could feel the world tilting, shadows shifting like whispers of ghosts long past. All I knew was that this moment would shatter us. The intensity hung in the air like a tremor, a warning that echoed in the depths of my soul. The fairy cattle stood poised, ethereal and untouchable, and I felt the pull of their magic coursing through the ground beneath me, a stark reminder of the ancient pact we all danced around, the one we might not survive. In that moment, everything changed. The night opened up, a chasm filled with secrets and promises, and I was teetering on the edge, caught between love and loss, between the shadows that whispered of danger and the light that beckoned us home. I closed my eyes, feeling the weight of the world pressing down, and I remembered. I remembered the stories. I remembered the warnings. And deep down, I felt the first tremors of a storm that promised to reshape everything we knew. The air thickened with a palpable tension, the kind that clings to your skin like the impending storm. A deep rumble echoes from the heart of the forest, the kind that reverberates through bone, through blood, through memory. I stand at the edge, shadows entwining around my ankles, the scent of damp earth rising like a warning. I remember the stories whispered by the firelight, tales of the Ents, those ancient, towering sentinels of nature, guardians of the woods, spirits shaped from the very essence of the trees. They say the Ents can stir when their world is threatened, but what happens when they awaken? A flicker of movement catches my eye. It's Aisling, her face pale like the moon, eyes wide, reflecting a fear I know too well. She's always found solace in the forest, a sanctuary wrapped in green, but tonight, it feels different. We shouldn't be here, she whispers, her breath shaky. But I can't move, anchored by memories of laughter shared beneath the sprawling branches, of dreams woven into the tapestry of leaves. Aisling stares deeper into the murk, as if she can sense the pulse of the earth beneath her feet, like a heartbeat, slow and steady, yet building towards a crescendo. And there's Ronan, his brow furrowed, fists clenched. He was once brimming with dreams of adventure, of fighting for the beauty of the world. But as the years dragged on, those dreams morphed into something darker. A palpable weight hangs around him, an unshakable burden. "They'll come for us," he mutters, eyes darting through the trees, searching, waiting. "The Ents won't just watch us destroy what's left." The trees tower, their bark gnarled like old men, faces hidden in the crevices, whispers rising like echoes of lost conversations. I remember the stories, the warning, when the trees cry, the Ents will awaken. And now, the forest feels alive, sighing with the weight of forgotten sorrows. But we're not alone. The shadows twist and turn, revealing the forgotten spirits, the Ents, colossal and fearsome, their limbs creaking as they stir. Aisling gasps, covering her mouth, as the ground beneath us shudders. "We're trespassing," she breathes, the reality crashing like waves against the shore of her mind. "Not all trespassers are enemies," Ronan shoots back, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. "We may need them." His voice, normally steady, teeters on the edge of desperation. I feel it too, the call of the wild, the hope that these ancient guardians can still resonate with the echoes of our plight. But hope is a fragile thing, and the tension in the air is thick enough to choke the light. With every breath, I can feel the weight of their ancient wisdom, the sorrow of the land. The trees seem to lean closer, listening, judging. I remember the tales of how the Ents once marched against the darkness that threatened to consume the world. What do they see when they look at us now? Do they remember us? I ask, my voice a thread spun from fear and longing. Do they remember what we used to be? Aisling's gaze flickers to Ronan, and in that moment, I see the ghost of hope dance in her eyes. "Maybe they do," she whispers, her voice trembling. "But what if they don't?" A low growl reverberates through the ground, a warning. The trees shudder, their roots writhing like serpents, and I can feel it, the urgency, the need to act before the line is crossed, before the Ents decide we are the enemy. "Ronan!" I shout, pulling him from the storm of his thoughts. "We have to show them we're not here to destroy. We can fight alongside them." I reach out, grasping his shoulder, and it feels like I'm holding onto the last thread of sanity in a world gone mad. But he shakes his head, the weight of the past pressing down on him like a shroud. "And what if they see us as the destroyers? What if they've lost faith in us?" A silence stretches, thick and heavy, as if the universe holds its breath. The forest exhales, a sound like the rustling of countless leaves, and in that moment, I can see the flicker of memories dancing behind his eyes, moments lost, laughter silenced, dreams shattered. "We must make them believe," I urge, my heart racing, my voice rising against the encroaching darkness. "They are our only hope." Aisling steps forward, her voice steadier now, a thread of courage woven through her fear. "Trees don't forget. They remember everything, the joy, the pain. They remember us." The ground shakes again, a warning, and the trees loom ever closer, their limbs creaking like whispered secrets. I can feel the weight of the world pressing down, the struggle of nature against the encroaching darkness, the fight for survival, ours and theirs. Ronan inhales deeply, a shudder running through him as he straightens, resolve hardening in his gaze. "Then let's show them who we are." And in that moment, something shifts within me, a spark igniting in the dark corners of my heart. I remember a time when we believed we could protect this wild, fierce beauty. But now, at the precipice of devastation, we must remember again. We step forward, together, hearts pounding like war drums, ready to confront the ancient giants that guard the forest. Between us, a fragile thread of hope threads through the air, shimmering under the moonlight, illuminating the path ahead. The trees respond, their branches swaying, whispering in a language older than time itself, calling forth the spirits of the forest. The ground beneath us pulses, alive with the heartbeat of the Ents awakening. And in the darkness, I realize, this is not just a confrontation, it's a reckoning, a reminder, echoing through the ages. We are not just trespassers, we are part of this world, bound by roots and memories, by dreams and despair. I look to Aisling and Ronan, and I can feel it, the silence before the storm, the tension building, the heart of nature, and it screams to be heard. And I know, as the night thickens with the energy of the awakening Ents, that this fight has only just begun. In quiet whispers and thunderous roars, the forest holds its breath, and we stand ready, united in purpose, awaiting the inevitable clash of old and new, of nature and humanity. The line between protector and destroyer blurs, leaving only the pulse of a shared destiny echoing through the trees, carrying us forward into the unknown. The wind howled through the darkened trees, each gust a whisper, a warning. Shadows danced as the flickering amber light from the dying campfire struggled to hold back the encroaching night. I could feel it pressing in, the weight of something ancient, something hungry. The air thickened with the acrid scent of burnt wood and trepidation, and in that moment, I remembered. I remember when I could laugh at the stories, when the creatures of the dark were mere fables told to frighten children. But here, with the crackling embers at my feet and the hush of the forest around me, those tales took on a life of their own. Aemon sat across from me, his features cast in the flickering light, his eyes wide and wild. "Do you hear that?" he gasped, his voice a shaky whisper. I wanted to tell him it was just the wind, just the forest breathing, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was looming just beyond the edge of the firelight, something that had not come to play. I turned my gaze to the tree line, where the shadows pooled thick and dark, as if the very fabric of the world had begun to unravel. I felt the tremor in my own heart, a pulse of fear that echoed against the chaos in Aemon's eyes. He was always the bravest of us, the one who wielded laughter like a sword to fend off the darkness, yet here he curled into himself, a child again in the face of the unknown. "What if it's true?" he murmured, mouth quivering. "What if the kitsune is real?" The kitsune, an ancient fox spirit, a trickster woven into the very threads of Japanese mythology, had somehow seeped into our Celtic dreams, our stories, our nightmares. I could see it now, a flicker of movement in the shadows, a flash of fur, its eyes like molten gold, burning into my soul. I shivered, feeling the chill creep into my bones. And yet, in the depth of the terror, there was a strange allure. The tale spoke of the kitsune's cunning, of its ability to shapeshift, to dance between worlds, igniting the imagination and stirring the depths of the heart. Aemon had always told me that the stories were merely metaphors for our fears, our desires. But as we sat there, the world around us began to shift and swirl, and I felt the line between reality and myth blur until it became an indistinguishable fog. A presence stirred in the air, thick and palpable. I glanced back at Aemon, and his face was pale, a sheet of fear stretched tight over his features. "We should leave," he urged, rising to his feet. His voice trembled, but it was a necessary tremor, one I felt in my own chest. "We shouldn't be here." But I couldn't move. Something anchored me to the ground, a magnetic force pulling me deeper into the night. In that instant, I remembered another face, Saoirse, my childhood friend. The girl with the laughter that could charm even the most stubborn shadows. The girl who once told me that the world was a tapestry, woven with threads of light and darkness, and that we were the weavers. "Trust in the dark," she had said, her voice as soft as the flutter of leaves. "Because it holds the stars." Aemon's voice broke through the haze. I can't do this." I watched him, helpless, as he turned his back on the fire, on me. The echoes of his footsteps faded into the surrounding forest, leaving a void that felt like the absence of hope. I felt a panic rise, a clawing sensation as the shadows shifted again, taking on form, whispering secrets that twined around my heart. "Aemon!" I called, but the name felt hollow in the air, swallowed by the night. The fire sputtered, sending a shower of sparks into the sky, and with them, I felt a shift, a momentary glimpse of what lay before me. A figure emerged from the shadows, sleek and fluid, cloaked in the darkness. It was a creature of beauty and terror, its eyes gleaming with an otherworldly light. I sensed the kitsune's presence, a longing that twisted my insides. In that heartbeat, I remembered Saoirse's laughter, the way it echoed through our shared memories, entwining with the stories of love and loss. I remembered how she had vanished, leaving only whispers behind. The kitsune, I realized, had always been lurking in the edges of our lives, a bittersweet echo of everything we had lost, everything we had hoped for. The creature approached, its form shifting, a haunting blend of fox and something else, something that felt like home and hell all at once. I could see its eyes reflecting the firelight, and in them, I glimpsed my own heart. "You seek what you've lost," it seemed to say, a voice like rustling leaves entwined with the chill of winter. But what if the price is too great? I stood frozen, caught in the electric tension of the moment, a tumult of fear and yearning roiling within me. Amon's absence weighed heavy, a stark reminder of the choices that lay before us. The creature danced closer, teasing the edges of my reality, each heartbeat a drum echoing through the forest. It was both a promise and a threat, a reminder of the delicate balance between attraction and danger. And then I knew. I had a choice. I could embrace the darkness, the shadow that whispered through the trees, or I could chase after the light, the hope that still flickered within. I could search for Amon, pull him back from the brink of despair, or I could stand frozen in fear, waiting for the moment to slip through my fingers like sand. The night deepened, and I felt my feet move, propelled by a force greater than myself, towards the shadows that held both promise and peril. My heart raced, echoing the urgency of the moment. I could feel the kitsune watching, waiting, its breath mingling with the night air. The story was still unfolding, and I was caught in the weave of it, a thread in a tapestry that spanned realms, touching lives and legends. And in that breath, I felt the world shift again, a cosmic dance of fate and choice, drawing me deeper into the night, into the unknown, into the very heart of the myth that had begun to bleed into our lives, entwining every heartbeat with the pulse of the universe. The moon hung low, a sliver of silver piercing the shroud of night. Shadows stretched long and twisted, creeping through the dense forest like whispered secrets. A low growl echoed, curdling the air with dread. Each heartbeat thudded in my chest, a frantic drum signaling the urgency of the moment. I was not alone. Beside me, Anwen and Soellen stood, both caught in the web of this wild, ancient magic, a magic that pulsed in the very ground beneath our feet, alive with the presence of animals linked to our very souls. Anwen's eyes glimmered with panic, her breath quick and shallow. "You have to understand, it's not just a ritual," she insisted, voice trembling like the branches overhead. "The animals, they know us. They know our fears." Her fingers clenched around a worn talisman, shaped like a raven, a reminder of her bond to the creatures of the night. I caught a glimpse of her vulnerability, how deeply she felt the weight of that connection, how it both terrified and exhilarated her. "Please, Anwen." My voice cut through the tension, a desperate plea. "We need to focus. We need to find the fox." The thought of failure sent a chill down my spine. The fox was a harbinger of change, the key to rekindling our fading connection to the earth spirit. If we could not summon it, the darkness that loomed over our village would consume us. Then there was Soellen, the steadfast one, his face set in grim determination. "I remember it," he muttered, staring into the darkness as if it held the answers. "I remember the stories. How the druids would call upon the animals for guidance, for strength." His brow furrowed deeply. "But we are not them." The weight of despair hung heavy between us, pulsing like a heartbeat, a reminder of our inadequacies. A howl pierced the air, sending a shock wave through us. Anwen shivered, and I felt her fear wrap around me like a cold finger. "It's too late," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the rustling leaves. "What if the fox doesn't come? What then?" I wanted to reassure her, to tell her everything would be all right. But the truth crackled in the air, a suffocating force. I could feel it, the absence of the animals, the silence where their guidance should have been. The druids had spoken of communion, of the balance between humanity and nature, but that balance felt shattered, as if a great cosmic clock had stopped ticking, leaving us in a world of shadows. "Remember the stories, Anwen," I urged, grasping at the fading threads of hope. "Remember how they would sit in silence, waiting. They didn't rush it. They listened." I could see her struggle, the flickering doubt in her eyes. The animals had been her lifeline, the tether to a world swirling with chaos. And yet, here we were, lost in a forest that seemed to breathe, alive with the whispers of creatures unseen. I felt a pang of desperation. "We must connect with them," I pressed, and my voice wavered, teetering on the edge of resolve. We must trust. The forest shifted around us, shadows bending and twisting, a living entity that felt both sacred and sinister. The air thickened, crackling with energy. I stood still, forcing myself to breathe, to listen. I remembered the tales of druids, their rituals woven into the very fabric of the earth, of how they danced under the moonlight, calling forth the spirits of the wild. I closed my eyes, trying to summon the memories, to bridge the gap between our world and theirs. Look, so Ellen said suddenly, his voice cutting through my reverie. The trees! My heart quickened. The trees swayed, their branches arching as if beckoning us closer. But it was more than just movement, it was a call, an invitation steeped in ancient magic, a reminder of our connection to all living things. They're guiding us, I breathed, a flicker of excitement igniting within the dread. Or warning us, Anwen murmured, her voice laced with uncertainty. What if we're not meant to be here? As if in response, a sudden rustle erupted from the underbrush. I turned, instinct sharpened, but it was only a rabbit, a delicate creature, its eyes wide with fear. It paused, a fragile emblem of vulnerability, and I felt an overwhelming surge of compassion. It's here, I whispered, the realization crashing over me like a wave. The fox is close. But as the rabbit darted away, I sensed the shift in the air, the weight of something darker lingering, just out of sight. It was a reminder of the stakes, the tension that coiled tightly around us. We have to move, I urged, my voice low and steady. We can't let fear paralyze us. And then we heard it, a soft, almost ghostly call echoing through the trees, a haunting melody that both drew us in and terrified us. I felt Anwen's hand grip my arm, her nails digging in like talons. What is that? It's calling us, I said, my voice barely more than a whisper. It's the call of the fox. With each step, the world around us transformed, the shadows thickened, the air shimmered with electricity. It was as if the forest itself was alive, an orchestra of sound and sensation, pulling us deeper into its embrace. I felt the heartbeat of the earth, the rhythm of life thrumming beneath me, and I understood then that we were not just witnesses, we were part of this dance, this ancient connection that bound us to the animals, to the wild. But the tension was palpable, thick as fog. Anwen's fear became my own, leaching color from the vibrant world around us. If we fail, her voice trailed off, but the weight of her words hung in the air, heavy with the gravity of what lay ahead. I turned to her, my resolve hardening. We won't fail. Not tonight. And with that, we pressed on, driven by the call of the wild, by the desperate hope that we were not alone, that the fox awaited us, ready to guide us through the shadows toward the light. The moon continued to watch, a sentinel in the dark, the whispers of the forest swirling around us as we stepped into the unknown. Each heartbeat echoed louder, the pulse of the earth urging us forward, deeper into the magic, deeper into our connection with what lay beyond, a connection forged in fear, but also in hope. And still, the shadows beckoned, waiting. In the oppressive grip of night, the air was thick with tension, a silence so profound it felt like the world was holding its breath. I could hear my heart echoing in my ears, a frantic drumbeat that seemed to reverberate against the looming shadows of the trees. The moon hung low, a ghostly spectre that bathed the forest in a silvery glow, and it was here, at this precise precipice, that I found myself teetering on the edge of something unspeakable. In front of me stood Clara, her silhouette trembling as she gripped a rusted knife, the blade glinting ominously in the moonlight. The thing that had once been her brother lurked just beyond the shadows, a grotesque form that twisted the very essence of humanity into something primal and wild. I remember when he used to laugh, she whispered, her voice a fragile thread weaving through the cold air. Before the change. Before this cursed night. The beast that was once Thomas, her brother, her protector, was unrecognizable now. His eyes, once filled with warmth, glowed with an insatiable hunger. The transformation had taken root in him, gnawing away at the boy she knew, leaving behind an empty shell draped in fur and fury. I shivered, caught in the grip of despair. I could feel Clara's heart break like a brick in my own chest, and my mind swirled with memories of laughter, of family dinners that slipped through the cracks of time like grains of sand. Clara, listen to me, I said, my voice trembling, but my resolve wavering. We have to get out of here. But even as I spoke, I could feel the pull of the beast, that magnetic terror that drew us closer to the chaos. Clara's eyes flared with a glint of something fierce, a stubborn will that matched the violence brewing around us. "He's still in there," she cried, her face a mask of desperation. "Somewhere. I can feel him." I wanted to shake her, to pull her back from the precipice of hope, because hope was a cruel companion in moments like this. But the way her voice cracked, the way she clung to the belief that the boy who played in the field still existed somewhere within the monster, it broke me. I remembered the nights we spent beneath the stars, the laughter that danced on the edges of joy, the innocence that had slipped away with the darkening of the world. Then there was the sound, a low growl that sent icy fingers racing down my spine. The beast emerged from the shadows, muscles rippling beneath its dark fur, eyes burning with a feral intensity that set my nerves ablaze. It was Thomas, and yet it wasn't. The hunched form before us was a nightmare made flesh, a chilling reminder of how quickly humanity could fracture. I could see Clara's resolve flickering, the glimmer of hope dimming as the beast prowled closer, taut with primal energy. "Stay back," she shouted, her voice cracking, the knife trembling in her grip. It was both a warning and a prayer. "Clara, please." "We can't." I tried to pull her away, but she stood her ground, rooted to the spot like a tree struck by lightning, and I feared she might be lost to the tide of grief and rage. He lunged, a blur of muscle and fury. I felt the air shift, the electrifying pulse of imminent danger striking my heart like a hammer. Clara's scream rang out, raw and piercing, echoing through the night like a banshee's wail. The knife flashed, a desperate arc of steel cutting through the air. Time slowed, every heartbeat a heavy anchor. I remembered the stories whispered in the dark, the tales of transformation that turned friends into foes, love into loss. The moment stretched, caught in the web of fear and longing, as I watched the blade plunge into the beast's side. It howled, an unholy sound that shattered the stillness, a cry that spoke of pain and betrayal, of the thin line between salvation and destruction. The transformation motif had never been so visceral, so terrifying. Clara's eyes locked onto mine, a perfect storm of rage and sorrow, and I felt the weight of her pain crashing into me like a tidal wave. I saw the flicker of her brother's face beneath the darkened gaze, the boy who used to climb trees and chase fireflies, begging for freedom from the cage of grief that threatened to swallow him whole. "I'm sorry," she screamed, the words ripped from her throat like a confession, a desperate plea for forgiveness. I could almost see the threads of humanity flickering in Thomas's eyes, a chaotic dance of recognition and dismay. For a heartbeat, I believed. I believed it was possible to reach through the abyss, to bridge the chasm of despair with love. But then fury erupted, and the beast lunged once more, a primal instinct overtaking the flicker of understanding. Clara stumbled back, her knife slipping from her grasp, clattering to the ground. The world faded to nothingness, and I was left gasping in the aftermath, the silence heavy and suffocating. In that moment, everything felt like a cruel twist of fate, an echo of what could have been. I wanted to scream, to rage against the darkness that had stolen our light, but I could only stand there, trapped in the web of despair that bound us all. The realization hit me like a physical blow. This was not just about Clara and Thomas. It was about all of us, the beast that dwelled within every heart, the shadows that lurked behind our souls. In the distance, a clock chimed, resonating like a death knell in the eerie silence of the night. Time slipped away from us, each chime heavy with the weight of fate, leaving us suspended between moments, dangling on the precipice of something unfathomable. And as the echoes faded into the darkness, I felt the world shift beneath my feet, a promise that the transformation was far from over. It loomed ahead, vibrant and terrifying, a relentless force that would drag us all into the depths of our own beasts, our own humanity, a journey we could never escape. The shadows loomed larger, the moon hung low, and as I stood there, heart racing, I realized I was not just a witness, I was part of this nightmare, part of the transformation that would forever change us all. Clara's tears flowed freely, and with each drop, I felt the world around us shift, whispering secrets of darkness and light. And in that harrowing moment, we were forever entwined, caught in the dance of beasts and their human counterparts, the haunting echoes of our choices ringing in our ears, an unfinished symphony that would linger long after the night had faded. A wolf's howl sliced through the night, sharp and haunting, sending a jolt of primal fear into the hearts of the warriors gathered at the edge of the forest. Each man held his breath, feeling as if the darkness was alive, watching, waiting. Aemon, sweat trickling down his brow, stared into the abyss where shadows danced like phantoms, whispering secrets he dared not comprehend. The forest was a beast, and tonight, it was hungry. The creature's eyes glinted from the underbrush, twin orbs of hunger and sorrow that echoed his own inner turmoil. He remembered too well the stories told by the embers of the hearth, tales of monstrous beings, twisted and wild, that roamed the world beyond the threshold of the known. They weren't mere stories, they were warnings wrapped in the fabric of his fate. Beside him stood Maeve, fierce and beautiful, her red hair aflame against the night's chill. But tonight, she was not the warrior he had admired, she was a storm, restless and torn. "Aemon," she whispered, her voice trembling. "What do we do? What do we do when the shadows are our only company?" Her vulnerability hung in the air like a palpable fog. They were not just warriors, they were lost souls searching for purpose, grappling with the weight of legends that loomed over them like a dark sky heavy with thunder. "Do you remember the stories?" Aemon replied, his voice scarcely a whisper. "The stories of the Selkies, who shed their skins and danced with the moonlight." The words tumbled out, a desperate attempt to tether themselves to a world that felt increasingly alien. "They taught us to embrace the wildness in our veins, to face the creatures that haunt us." But the irony twisted inside him. For all their strength, it was the creatures within him that frightened him most, doubts, regrets, memories that clawed at his heart. He could see the shimmer of tears in Maeve's eyes, a reflection of the pain they both carried, the unhealed wounds of battles lost and the ghosts of those they'd loved. "Do you think we are the monsters?" she asked, her voice cracking. "In the stories, the creatures are all too often the victims." A shiver ran through him, her words igniting something deep. Because hadn't he felt it? The weight of guilt, the creeping realization that they were not heroes but flawed beings, forever haunted by their choices. A rustle in the bushes pulled Aemon from his thoughts, and suddenly, the air thickened with tension. The wolf emerged, its presence a dark omen, yet there was a strange beauty to its form, muscles rippling beneath a coat of obsidian fur. It seemed to embody all the untamed fury of the world, a creature both terrifying and majestic. But in its eyes, there was a glimmer of understanding, as if it bore witness to the very sorrows that plagued Aemon's heart. "Perhaps it's not the creature we should fear," Maeve said, drawing closer to Aemon, her breath warm against the cold night air. "Perhaps it's the truth it reveals." Her eyes searched his, seeking the depths of his soul. "What if we are bound to these creatures, not as enemies, but as reflections of our own struggles?" Aemon's heart raced, each thud like a drum heralding the approaching storm. He felt the weight of his choices, the darkness that lurked within. They were not just hunters, they were hunted by their own fears. "But what of the battles?" he asked, his voice thick with emotion. "What of the blood we have spilled? The lives we have taken?" The wolf stepped forward, its breath misting in the chilly air, alive, vibrant, a heartbeat away from chaos. It was as if the creature, sensing their turmoil, sought to guide them, or perhaps to taunt them. They were mere mortals, peering into the abyss, and the abyss was staring back, an echo of their own souls, raw and exposed. "Aemon," Maeve said, her resolve hardening, "we must face it. Not just the beasts outside, but the demons within." The determination in her voice ignited a spark in him. They had been grappling with their identities long before this night. Their journey had been marred by loss, by love, by betrayal, and now, here they stood, poised on the precipice of transformation. The wolf let out a low growl, a sound that seemed to vibrate through the ground beneath them, resonating with ancient power. Aemon felt it in his bones, the call of destiny swirling around them. What if we could harness that energy, he wondered aloud. What if we could become the creatures that fight for something greater? Maeve nodded, fierce determination igniting her spirit. "Then we must embrace it," she declared, her voice rising above the haunting whispers of the forest. "We must become the legends we were meant to be." As the wolf circled them, the shadows began to shift, morphing into memories, the faces of fallen comrades, the laughter they had shared, the echoes of their dreams. Aemon felt the weight of their expectations pressing down on him, a reminder that every choice had consequences, every victory bore scars. With a surge of newfound courage, he called out to the creature, a plea interwoven with desperation and hope. "Guide us, mighty one! Show us the way through the darkness." The wolf paused, its piercing gaze locking onto Aemon's, a connection forged in the raw intensity of the moment. It was a promise, a bond formed in the crucible of conflict. Time felt as if it had fractured, the air thick with anticipation. Aemon and Maeve stood together, united in their fear and their hope, a fragile alliance forged in the most tumultuous of nights. The world around them faded, and all that remained was the heartbeat of the land, the whisper of ancient spirits, and the undeniable truth that they were not alone, not in the fight against the creatures that lurked in the shadows, nor in the battle against the darkness within. As the wolf turned, a flicker of light igniting in its eyes, they stepped forward into the unknown, the forest embracing them, the night alive with possibilities. The creatures would not define them, they would become the legends they aspired to be, entwined with the very essence of the wild they sought to conquer. And in that moment, the darkness that enveloped them felt less like an end and more like a beginning, a dance of shadows and light, a testament to their indomitable spirit. Night had fallen, cloaking the village in a shroud of darkness thicker than any fear that might crawl through the streets. A chill whispered through the air, weaving between houses that crouched low against the earth, worn by centuries of storms and secrets. I stood at the edge of the forest, heart pounding like a war drum, knowing that something was coming. The trees were alive tonight, their gnarled branches twisting like the fingers of ancient, restless spirits. I could almost hear their breath, rustling leaves, a sigh that crept into my bones as I glanced at the path ahead. Beside me was Eloan, her eyes wide with something that danced between terror and fascination. She always did have a way of flirting with the macabre, often dragging me into stories of fairies and banshees, creatures lurking just beyond the reach of firelight. "If you listen closely," she whispered, voice trembling, "you can hear the echoes of the past, the wails of those who never truly left." "Great! Now I'm imagining my own ghost haunting the tavern," I shot back, half-heartedly trying to lighten the tension that gripped us both. But the truth was, I remembered all too plainly the tales spun by my grandmother, set against the flickering glow of a candle. Stories of the Selkies, cloaked in sealskin, shedding their skins to walk on land, only to be hunted by those entranced by their beauty. I could feel the weight of those legends, swirling around us like the mist that curled at my ankles. A sudden rustle in the underbrush snapped me back to the moment. Our eyes locked, and I saw the wild fear reflected in her gaze. This was no mere tradition we were honoring by standing here, it was a reckoning, a confrontation with the very essence of our bloodline. We were children of the earth, and the earth was angry. "We shouldn't have come," I said, my voice cracking under the weight of the night. "The stories are just stories." But deep down, I knew the truth. The geography of this land was marked by sorrow, looming mountains, shadowy valleys, and cursed rivers that twisted like the fate of those who dared cross their banks. Each crevice held a creature born from ancient legends, alive with the history of those who had walked before us. I thought of the Púca, haunting the hills, a creature of chaos and transformation, a trickster that could take the form of a horse or a human. They say it knows your deepest fears and desires. I shuddered, it knew too much about me already. In that moment, I felt it, the weight of the land pressing upon my shoulders. Eloan was trembling beside me, I wondered if she felt the pulse of the earth beneath her feet, the way it resonated with the heartbeat of this ancient lore. I remembered my father's voice, echoing in my mind, "The stories are warnings, not mere tales." Before I could respond, a howl fractured the air, sending a wave of ice through my veins. It was primal, echoing across the landscape like the wailing of the damned. "Do you hear that?" Eloan's voice was barely a whisper, barely a breath. "Yes," I choked out. I remembered tales of the Dullahan, the Headless Horseman galloping through the night, a harbinger of death, and suddenly, it all felt too real. This wasn't a game, the boundary between our world and theirs was thin tonight, parchment paper fragile. Then came the shadows, creeping from the forest, dancing just beyond the light of the village torches. I sensed something lurking, something that was neither human nor beast. The geography of the land twisted here, where the hills met the trees. It was a liminal space, a breeding ground for both dreams and nightmares. Eloan took a step back, fear evident on her face, and I felt a surge of protectiveness. I grabbed her hand, and for a moment, we were just two frightened souls, tethered together by the terror of the unknown. In that instant, I remembered how her laughter once filled the empty corners of my heart, how we laughed at the absurdity of our ancestors bathing once a year. So yeah, romance was earthy. But now, laughter felt like a distant memory, swallowed by the dread that hung heavy in the air. "Whatever happens, don't let go," I said, squeezing her hand tight. I could feel her pulse, frantic and alive, a stark contrast to the stillness that surrounded us. We edged forward, drawn toward the heart of the forest, toward a clearing that pulsed with energy, alive with the heartbeat of Celtic creature lore. It was as if the very land was calling to us, beckoning us to acknowledge the myths that shaped our lives. The trees whispered secrets in a language we could almost understand, but couldn't quite grasp. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath us, and the shadows coalesced into form, a figure emerging from the dark, half-light illuminating features both beautiful and grotesque. It was a creature of legend, its eyes burning with an otherworldly light, and I felt my breath catch in my throat. "Eloan," I whispered, feeling the weight of the moment crash down on us like a tidal wave. This isn't just a story anymore. No longer did the stories feel like mere echoes of the past, they were alive, breathing, and wrapped in the very geography of our existence. The creature before us was a manifestation of all that we had feared and revered, a testament to the power of this land, the twisted roots, the lonely hills, the secrets buried deep. And just like that, the shadows closed in, and I realized we were not simply witnesses to this lore, we were part of it, woven into the very fabric of our history. The creature's gaze locked onto ours, and suddenly, I was overwhelmed by visions of battles fought, of hearts broken, of a land steeped in sorrow and joy. It was dizzying, all-consuming, and in that moment, I understood the truth of the geography that shaped our stories. It was a living, breathing entity, and we were but fleeting moments in its eternal march. As the creature stepped closer, I felt the earth beneath me pulse in rhythm with my heartbeat, and I knew that whatever came next would change us forever. The echoes of the past resounded, and I could hear them calling our names, beckoning us into the heart of the legend. I clenched Eloan's hand tighter, ready to face whatever horror or revelation that lay ahead. The line between myth and reality blurred, and with every heartbeat, we stepped deeper into the shadows, where the geography of our fears met the lore of our ancestors, and the true story began. The wind howled through the night, an echo of forgotten voices. A shadow darted past me, its form flickering like candlelight. Was it a trick of my exhausted mind? Heart pounding, I turned. The moon hung low, a gnarled grin illuminating the damp streets of the city, where every corner whispered secrets of ancient beings. I could almost hear their laughter, a chilling sound that felt both like a warning and an invitation. There was something alive in the air, a tension that sank into my bones, a promise of the uncanny. Sophie stood beside me, eyes wide, mouth set in a thin line. She had always been the brave one, yet now she was rooted to the spot, hair whipping about her face like tendrils of smoke. "It's just the wind," she insisted, but I could hear the tremor in her voice. Her fear fed my own, a dark pulse that surged between us, a living thing. I remembered when we first discovered the stories, those old, twisted tales of fairies and banshees, creatures woven into the very fabric of our heritage. They were tales I had devoured hungrily, a child wrapped in the warmth of fantasy, but tonight they clawed at me, scratching beneath my skin. "Do you hear them?" I whispered, the words slipping from my lips like secrets. "The ones from the stories? They're here." The air thickened as if the night itself held its breath, waiting, watching. And then there was Liam, standing off to the side, scowling at shadows. He was always the skeptic, arms crossed over his chest, the weight of his disbelief heavy as a stone. "It's just a gust of wind," he grunted, but his eyes betrayed him, darting toward every flicker of movement, every rustle in the dark. I could feel the conflict within him, the wrestling of logic against the pulse of the old legends, each heartbeat stirring something primal in us. I remembered the first time Liam had recited the tales with mockery, laughing at my fascination. "You really believe that nonsense?" he scoffed. But that was before he found himself ensnared in a world he thought only existed in the pages of dusty books. That was before the shadows began to whisper his name. A sudden chill swept through the alley, and Sophie gasped. I turned to her, my heart racing. Her face, usually so full of determination, now wore the pallor of dread. Something's coming, she said, voice trembling. I felt it too, a presence, a ripple in the atmosphere, something sinister lurking just beyond the edge of the light. I squeezed her hand, feeling the warmth of her pulse against my skin, grounding me in the chaos. We have to go, I said, but I didn't want to leave. I was drawn to the darkness, the mystery of it. The stories we had loved suddenly felt tangible, real, a thin veil separating us from the creatures of our imaginations. And then the sound, a low, guttural growl, rising from the depths of the shadows. My stomach twisted. Liam's eyes widened, a flicker of fear mixing with disbelief. It was a sound that crawled into our minds, a reminder that some legends were born from truth, and they were hungry. Let's just go, he urged, taking a step back, but I felt rooted, caught between the worlds. I had always wanted to understand the creatures of Celtic folklore, the beauty and terror of them. My obsession with history, my desire to find the extraordinary in the mundane, now felt like a curse. Had I summoned this? Had I wished too fervently for the thrill of the unknown, only to be ensnared in its web? I remember, I murmured, recalling the tales of changelings, how they would steal away the souls of children, leaving behind a hollow shell. I remember when I thought they were just stories. The words fell heavy between us, each syllable dripping with the weight of my confession. Sophie's grip tightened around my hand, her breath quickening. What if they're real? The fear in her voice echoed in my chest. The shadows seemed to sway closer, and I could almost see them, figures moving just beyond the veil of darkness, a flick of a tail here, a flash of cruel eyes there. Suddenly, a figure burst into view, its form shifting and twisting, half seen but undeniably there. My breath caught in my throat, heart racing as I prepared to run, but something held me back. It was beautiful and terrible, a creature of sinew and shadow, glimmering with an ethereal light that belied its potential for malice. A banshee, perhaps, or something darker still, my pulse quickened at the thought. The stories whispered through my mind, a cacophony of warnings and wonder. Liam's voice cut through my thoughts, shaky yet resolute. We need to face it, he said, stepping forward, bravely foolish. There was a spark in his eyes, an ember of courage fed by his disbelief. He was ready to confront whatever haunt lingered in the dark, even if it meant facing the very essence of fear itself. I wanted to grab his arm, to pull him back, but the moment felt larger than us, a collision of legends and reality. Liam, wait, I began, but it was too late. He took another step, and suddenly, the creature lunged forward, a blur of shadow and teeth, the air thick with anticipation. And in that instant, I remembered everything. The stories, the laughter, the terror. I remembered why we had sought out the myths, why I had always longed for more than the mundane. It wasn't just curiosity, it was a hunger that gnawed at my soul, a longing to confront the darkness in the world and within ourselves. But now, standing on the precipice, I realized that the darkness was real, and it was hungry. I staggered backward, pulling Sophie with me, our hearts racing in unison. The clash of myth and reality was upon us, and we were no longer mere spectators, we were players in a game older than time itself. Shadows and moonlight danced together, and the stories we had laughed at now loomed large, wrapped around us like a shroud. With each breath, the night grew thicker, a tapestry of tension woven from the threads of our fears, our dreams, our histories. We were caught in a storm of our own making, and the only way out was through the heart of the darkness. And as we stood there, adrenaline coursing through our veins, I understood. This was it, the moment when everything would change. The creature loomed closer, and I felt the weight of our choices pressing against us, like a clock ticking toward midnight, reminding us that every heartbeat counts when the past and present collide. In the silence that followed, I could hear them, echoes of the past, the whispers of myth alive once more. The wind howled like a wounded beast, swirling through the narrow streets of a city that had forgotten the weight of its history. Shadows danced in the flickering light of street lamps, their movement fluid and eerie, as if the very essence of Celtic lore breathed between the bricks. I stood at the center of it all, heart racing, pulse pounding in my ears, as the voices of the past beckoned me forward. I could feel them, a symphony of whispers echoing in the recesses of my mind. Can you hear them? The question hung heavy in the air, spoken by Lila, her eyes wide with a blend of terror and wonder, a storm churning beneath her calm surface. She was caught between two worlds, one foot in the present, the other teetering on the edge of ancient myths. Her fingers trembled as she traced the outline of a Celtic knot etched into the side of the building, its meaning lost to everyone but her. "They're here with us," she insisted, her voice barely a whisper, but charged with conviction. "Don't you feel it?" I wanted to believe her. I wanted to lose myself in the magic she saw, but an invisible thread pulled me back, an anchor made of memory and doubt. I remembered my grandmother's tales, the way she made the spectral creatures of the Celtic twilight twitch to life in our dim living room. "Beware the Banshee," she would say, her voice low and ominous, as if the very mention could summon her. "She weeps for those about to die." My own breath caught in my throat, a tight knot of fear, and yet I felt a strange thrill. "Remember the stories," I murmured, my voice cracking, as the night swallowed my words whole. "Remember the fear." I didn't know if I was speaking to Lila or to myself, but the moment cracked open something ancient within me, a well of emotion spilling forth like a river that had long been dammed. "Fear is not the end," she replied, lifting her chin defiantly, challenging the shadows to come closer, to snatch us away from the mundane. "It's a beginning." Her eyes held the fire of a warrior, but beneath it lay a flicker of vulnerability. Lila was fierce, yet she was running from something, a past draped in loss, a tragedy that haunted her like a specter. Her family had once gathered around those tales, too, but they were memories now, lost in the drumming of time. The streets shifted as we walked deeper into the night, an echo of the ancient paths once traveled by shimmering fae and fearsome giants. I felt the weight of the past in every step, felt my heart thrumming with every pulse of the earth beneath us. "Do you think it's true?" My voice trembled, and Lila turned to me, her gaze piercing. "Which part? Do you think they ever really existed? The creatures, the magic?" Her laughter rang out, sharp and bright, but it cut through the darkness like a blade. "You mean to tell me that you, of all people, doubt it? Look around. The legacy lives on in every shadow, every whisper of wind. The stories are alive, and they're hungry." I shivered, the air thickening with an unspeakable tension. The clock tower chimed the hour of the witching, each peal a heartbeat resonating through my very bones. It was then that I saw him, the third figure who had lingered just outside the edge of my consciousness. Finn, his face a mask of uncertainty, stood against the backdrop of the city, his hands shoved deep in his pockets like a teenager lost in a book he didn't want to read. His brow furrowed, a storm brewing in his very demeanor, and I recognized that look. It was the look of someone who had lived in the shadow of doubt for too long. "Finn." My voice was barely a breath. "Are you coming?" "Do they even matter?" he shot back, eyes dark with a mix of anger and despair. "Those creatures are just stories, Lila. Just stories." "Stories are all we have," she shot back, her voice rising, echoing eerily off the walls. "They hold us together. They remind us of where we came from." He turned away, but I could see the struggle within him, a tumult of emotion swirling in the depths of his soul. He felt the weight of the past, too, the tangled threads of ancestry pulling at him like chains. And yet, he feared what lay beyond, an emptiness that gnawed at him like a ravenous beast. "Once, I believed," he whispered, voice trembling, "but how can I believe in ghosts when I can't even believe in myself?" The aching silence that followed was a chasm, a dark pit that threatened to swallow us whole. The air crackled around us, the very essence of the night shifting with unspoken promises and unrelenting fears. I felt my heart race as Lila reached out to him, her hand brushing against his, a fragile connection forged amidst the chaos. "Maybe we need to believe in the stories," she said softly, her voice a balm against the turmoil. "Maybe they're the only thing keeping us from being lost in the shadows forever." But I could hear the clock ticking, reminding us that time was slipping away, and soon, the hour would demand its due, a confrontation with the lingering ghosts of our fears and desires. The city seemed to lean in closer, listening, waiting, as if it were alive, and the Celtic creatures of old lurked just beyond the edges of our reality, ready to surge forth in a wave of chaos and wonder.
Can you feel it? The pulse of something ancient thrumming in the air?
It's there, brushing against your skin like a lover's touch, a promise and a threat intertwined. I could feel the shadows tightening their grip, could hear the whispers of the past gathering strength, and I knew, I knew, that for every heartbeat, for every breath we took, the legacy of the Celtic creatures loomed just out of sight, waiting for us to take that final step into the darkness. The clock strikes midnight, a jagged echo slicing through the suffocating silence of the empty gallery. Shadows twist and coil around the canvases like hungry serpents, whispering secrets of forgotten creatures. A broken whisper carries through the air, heavy with yearning. I remember, it hovers there, trembling, as if the very fabric of the night holds its breath. The moon spills silver light across the floor, illuminating a figure hunched over a dusty manuscript, fingers trembling, heart racing, a fragile bridge between the living and the lost. Marianne, a once promising artist now shattered by self-doubt, scrawls frantically, her ink bleeding across the pages like the remnants of her dreams. The creatures she once painted with vivid abandon now haunt her, lurking in the corners of her mind, clawing to be reborn. She remembers the eyes of the basilisk she painted, vivid green, filled with ancient wisdom and unwarranted terror. They were real, she whispers, voice raw. They have to be real. The words taste like ash in her mouth, a desperate plea to the universe that echoes back only silence. In the corner, Simon, a weary scholar with an ocean of books stacked around him like the walls of an ancient fortress, watches her. He feels her pain, a tidal wave crashing against the fragile cliffs of reason. His life has become a collage of lines and margins, the ink of his existence smeared across pages that breathe truths about creatures that won't let go. Marianne, he calls softly, but his voice trembles, a ghost of hope caught in the web of despair. They were never just stories. They were warnings. He knows the weight of those words, the way they claw at him, digging deeper into the hollow of his chest. I remember, she echoes, a mantra that spirals around them like a dark storm. I remember the night my father took me to the woods, where the trees whispered in a language of shadows. The memory vibrates within her, an electric pulse of nostalgia and fear. He told me about the chimera, its roars like thunder, its heart a furnace. Tears threaten to spill, but she holds them back, a dam waiting to break.
Where are those monsters now?
Simon shifts uncomfortably. Maybe they never left. The thought hangs in the air, heavy and suffocating. The gallery feels alive, the paintings almost breathing, as if the creatures trapped within the frames are aching to escape. Art isn't just beauty, it's a vessel for their stories. It keeps them alive. His words hang like smoke, a promise of magic, but there's a tremor in his voice that betrays his fear. What if creating means inviting the darkness into their world? A crow caws outside, a sharp reminder that they're teetering on the edge of something both beautiful and horrifying. Marianne clutches the manuscript to her chest, protectively, as if it can shield her from the shadows creeping closer. The fear gnaws at her. What if she gives life to those nightmares? What if the ink spills out, staining the world with their terror? Yet, as much as she fears the creatures, she craves their stories. I can't let them vanish, she pleads, voice cracking under the weight of her desperation. If I don't bring them to life, who will remember? Simon's eyes soften, the turmoil in his heart matching the tempest swirling in the room. They are our history, Marianne, our essence. Without them, we are nothing but ghosts haunting our own lives. But the truth is a double-edged sword, gleaming with both promise and peril. He knows that art bends reality, distorts it until the line between truth and fiction blurs, and every brushstroke carries the weight of that responsibility. But what if the act of remembering is a form of trespass? Marianne's breath catches, the enormity of his words heavy like the weight of eternity pressing down on her soul. She thinks of the tales woven into her childhood, the creatures that danced in the flickering shadows of her imagination. She remembers the tales as dark as the night sky, where the echoes of their roars still linger, haunting her. I need to paint them, she insists, voice fierce, as if the very act of creation can shield her from the abyss. I need to scream their names into existence. The gallery quakes with her resolve, the air thickening like an impending storm. The very walls seemed to pulse with the heartbeats of the creatures trapped within them, waiting for their chance to step into the light. She can feel it, a magnetic pull, a dance between reality and myth, raw and unyielding. They deserve to be remembered, she whispers, as her fingers hover over the canvas, trembling with anticipation and fear. Then let's do it together, he urges, stepping closer, the boundaries of their worlds collapsing into a collision of art and literature. Let's weave their stories into our lives. The weight of their intentions hangs heavily in the air, a fragile thread that could snap at any moment. But there's a resonance between them, a shared pulse that leads them deeper into the abyss of their fears and desires. In that moment, the gallery transforms, a sanctuary for the echoes of the past, the walls alive with the restless spirits of creatures that once roamed. Marianne and Simon stand at the precipice of creation, and the shadows loom large, embracing them in a chilling embrace. The ink spills across the page, and they feel the weight of their choices pressing down, each stroke a heartbeat, each word a memory whispered into the void. The haunting beauty of their resolve echoes through the stillness, a promise etched into the fabric of the universe. They are not merely preserving myths, they are resurrecting echoes of a time when wonder danced freely alongside fear. In the flickering candlelight, surrounded by the remnants of forgotten tales, they realize creation is both a blessing and a curse, a dance with shadows that beckon them to remember. And as the night stretches on, the clock moves forward, time slipping away like grains of sand, the creatures stirring beneath the surface, waiting for their moment to rise. The air vibrates with anticipation, and the gallery pulses like a living heartbeat, a testament to the power of art and literature, the unyielding force that binds their worlds together. The shadows whisper, their tales yearning to be told, and Marianne and Simon stand ready to confront the darkness, armed with the light of their creations. I remember, they breathe together, the words echoing in the stillness, a haunting refrain as the night unfolds. And the walls watch, the creatures waiting, for this is only the beginning. The rain fell like the world was weeping. Shadows twisted in the corners of the narrow cobblestone street, each echo of the past whispering secrets that only the wind dared to carry. A clock tower loomed overhead, its hands frozen at midnight, casting long, dark fingers across the faces of 3 people huddled beneath a battered awning. The damp air clung to them as if the very ghosts of the old stories were tangled in their hair, gripping their hearts. I remember the way Era's hands trembled, clutching a worn leather book, its pages yellowing with age, like the skin of an ancient creature desperately trying to hold on to life. "We can't let it go," she implored, her voice a thin thread of urgency that cut through the ambient noise of the world around us. "These stories, they're more than just words. They're our blood, our bones. If we stop telling them, they'll die." Beside her, Soellen's jaw was clenched tight, a storm brewing behind his stormy eyes. "You think I want to let them die? I've seen the darkness that creeps in when the stories fade. But holding on to the past like this," he gestured to the book with a disdainful flick of his wrist, "it suffocates us. It's time to breathe, Era. It's time to let go." Heartbreak thrummed through the air, thick and palpable. I felt it echo in my own chest, a staccato rhythm that matched the rain. Era's face crumpled, and for a moment, I saw the child she once was, wide-eyed, filled with wonder, clutching her mother's hand while tales of fairies danced in her imagination. "But Soellen," I whispered, "these stories are our connection to the world that came before us. Look at what's happening around us. The cities grow, I can feel the shadows of modern life creeping in, swallowing the old ways whole." The tension between them was a live wire, sparking with the raw energy of their conflicting desires. Era wanted to preserve every myth, every whisper of the past, while Soellen felt the weight of those very same stories, stifling his breath, chaining him to a bygone era that no longer fit the world they lived in. The ghosts of their ancestors watched from the corners, eyes glistening with unshed tears, caught in the liminal space between memory and oblivion. "I can't let it die," Era repeated, her voice trembling like autumn leaves, the wind trying to tear them from their branches. "Not while there are still people who believe, who feel the magic in their bones." But belief, Soellen thought, was a luxury for a time long past, a time when the air was thick with enchantment and dreams could take flight on the wings of crows. "Magic," he scoffed, though his heart ached at the sight of her desperation. "You think magic will save us when the very earth is crumbling beneath our feet?" The The stories won't fix the world. They're just echoes of what we no longer understand. The drizzle turned into a downpour, drumming furiously against the cobblestones, as if the universe itself was trying to drown their argument. I stepped closer, feeling the distance between them stretching into a chasm, one they might never cross. I remember, I said softly, hoping to bridge the gap. I remember the stories my grandmother told me by the fire, how the mountains whispered secrets and the rivers sang lullabies. They felt alive, didn't they? Like we were cradling a piece of something infinite. The rain pelted down, soaking us, yet the warmth of that memory hung in the air like the last remnants of a spell. Era's eyes sparkled with the glimmer of old dreams, while Soelen's hardened resolve began to soften, a crack in the armor he had built around his heart. "I wish I could believe it," he said finally, his voice barely a whisper. "But with every passing year, everything changes. Can we really preserve what's meant to evolve?" Era met his gaze, her own eyes fierce with determination. "Maybe evolution doesn't mean losing what we had. Maybe it means adapting, finding new ways to tell the stories that bond us. We can bring them into today. We can make them relevant. We can breathe life into the past without letting it choke us." As the storm raged around us, the weight of their longing hung heavy in the air. Soelen's fingers twitched, yearning to touch the book she clutched so tightly, to feel the pulse of the past through his fingertips. "You don't understand," he said, pain lacing his voice. "Every time I try to hold onto it, it slips away, and I am left with nothing but shadows." "Then let the shadows guide you," Era urged, her voice a lifeline thrown across a turbulent sea. "Let them whisper their stories anew. There's beauty in the forgotten, Soelen. Weaving those threads into our lives can give us strength to face what lies ahead." Outside, the world blurred, the rain washing away the boundaries of time, mixing the ancient with the present. As I looked at them, caught in this maelstrom of emotion, their hearts beating in tandem with the storm, I felt the first stirrings of hope. The stories might not fade, they could evolve. The clock tower behind us, still frozen in time, echoed the heartbeat of the universe, a reminder that perhaps all things are cyclical. For every end, a beginning awaited. I reached out, feeling the warm, damp air swirl around us, a promise that maybe, just maybe, the threads of our lives were not fraying but rather intertwining into a tapestry yet to be woven. Era's grip on the book tightened, while Soelen took a reluctant step closer, their eyes locked in a silent struggle, a battle of wills in the midst of the storm. The gravity of the moment felt insurmountable, yet within it lay the pulse of potential, a heartbeat in sync with nostalgia and hope. As the rain poured down, the shadows deepened. The night wrapped around us like an embrace, heavy with meaning, suffused with the essence of a world on the brink of transformation. The stories would not die. They would live, breathe, and evolve, igniting something fierce and wild within us all. And as the clock ticked, time spun us onward into the unknown, a dance with destiny that was just beginning.